Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all our participants, dignitaries, speakers, panelists, and industry representatives to the online IMC Ease of Living Conference 2022, organized by the IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry. All participants will be muted to avoid any disturbances during the course of this session. To consume less bandwidth and have clarity, you are requested to stop video at your end unless and until you are one of the speakers. Kindly post all your relevant queries in the chat section so that the same can be addressed as time permits. As we commence with the inaugural session, Unlocking Urban India through Citizen Participation and Empowerment, Making Cities Better Place to Live, may I request Sri Juzar Korakiwala, President, IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to present the welcome address. Over to you, Mr. Korakiwala.
Thank you, Selby, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome to all of you. On behalf of the Indian Merchants Chamber of Commerce and Industry, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the IMC Ease of Living Conference 2022. Unlocking Urban India through Citizen Participation and Empowerment, Making Cities Better Place to Live. A very warm welcome to our guest of honor, Srimati D. Thara, IAS, Additional Secretary, Amrut Land and Estate, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, for sparing valuable time for our conference. We are also thankful to Shri Kunal Kumar, Joint Secretary and Mission Director, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, for giving us the benefit of their time and sharing inputs on a very important aspect of holistic urban development. And to Shri D. Ajay Suri, Senior Advisor at National Institute of Urban Affairs, for kindly accepting our invite. Our sincere thanks to Shri Viraj Tyagi, CEO, eGovern Foundation, Bangalore, and Shri D. Sivanandan, former Director General of Police, Maharashtra, for kindly accepting our invitation. We have a very powerful line of speakers to whom IMC is grateful for being part of the discussion today. IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry represents a significant section of business, trade and industry. Improving quality of life and ease of living for millions of citizens is no small task, and it requires multiple partnerships. Partnerships between government, business and civil society. We believe that there has to be a continuous dialogue between all stakeholders. Our Prime Minister, after bringing a perceptible difference to the ease of doing business, is now focusing on ease of living. The Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs has launched the Ease of Living Index and Municipal Performance Index to help assess the progress made in cities through various initiatives and empower them to use evidence to plan, implement, and monitor their performance. I honestly believe that this will catalyze action and will help to achieve broader developmental outcomes. Ease of living and ease of doing business in some ways are synonymous. I feel that ease of living is a 24/7 affair, and ease of doing business is an 8-hour affair. So, in my opinion, ease of living has a great importance because the moment we wake up in the morning, we breathe fresh air, we do many things, go out to work, look at the infrastructure, the entire ecosystem that surrounds us, which contributes to our ease of living, the transportation, the mobility, the entire environment, all these affects our ease of living. And India is a very, very large country. It's densely populated, and therefore it requires a high degree of urban infrastructure to facilitate the ease of living. And it's a very, very complex task. It is projected in the next 10 to 15 years that 50% of India will get urbanized. And if this is 50% of India, which means you're talking of at least uh, 60, 70 crore people who will be living in tier 1, tier 2 cities. And therefore, the ease of living, providing housing, roads, infrastructure, electricity, water, clean air, power, all these are, are so important to the ease of living that we are talking about. And therefore, while the ease of doing business has improved in our country, I must say, I think the important aspect of e-living will take even more importance as we go along. One of the thoughts I was having in terms of this ease of living is that where you work and where you stay, in terms of planning, can be compressed. Like we know in Bombay, people take 2 to 4 hours to come to their offices. Imagine after 24 hours, 4 hours go only in commuting. You are left with no energy to do anything else. So one of the thoughts I was actually putting forward to all our eminent speakers is, can we have some incentives for people who stay and work within, say, 5 kilometer of radius or 10 kilometer radius of where they stay, and they can find employment there. Some fiscal incentives can be provided. This is a very out of box thinking that I am sharing. And if that can be done, then over the period of years, people will try and look for work nearer their place of residence, and employers will try and get people from nearer the place they stay. And that reduces the entire load on infrastructure. This is just a thought. Maybe speakers can dwell upon it, or maybe expand this thought in a more meaningful and a more practical way. Having said this, this conference is being launched this year with the aim to supplement the government of India's smart cities mission towards developing and making cities citizen-friendly and sustainable. It will become an annual feature, engaging experts and thought leaders in a continuous dialogue and through case studies on how to make cities better places to live through public-private people collaboration. Cities where walking is a pleasure and safer, that have rapid and frequent transit corridors, vibrant public spaces, clean water, clean air, a diverse and resilient local economy, and affordable and accessible housing, healthcare, and education. Apart from ease of living, which is more on the physical side, also mental health takes a lot of deliberations. While we see in the West that the infrastructure is so good, everything is so good, ease of living is very good, but on the other side, they do have problems of mental health, depressions, and all kinds of other symptomatic challenges which a society faces. So there's always a need to find a balance between these two issues. We have seen in the pandemic where I would say the ease of living or ease of doing things was much better, because we don't have to now travel so much, and yet work gets done for a large majority of us. But it has also given rise to mental health issues in our society. So these are all issues which concern the ease of living. The sessions during the conference will include discussions on climate, smart cities assessment framework, ease of living index, impact assessment, and delivering SDGs, municipal performance index, and emerging trends in public-private partnership and citizen participation and empowerment. I'm confident that today's virtual conference will be beneficial to all our participants. I would also like to thank our supporting organization, Lighthouse Community Foundation, Pune, and also our chairman of our Ease of Living Committee, Mr. Mahendra Chauhan, who has really taken a lot of efforts to put this whole event together. Before I conclude, I'd like to say a few words about IMC. Established in 1907 and having its headquarters in the heart of city of Mumbai, the IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry is an apex chamber of commerce, trade and industry in the Western region, with its membership base of over 5,000 members and over 150 trade associations affiliated to it. Together, it represents and advocates interests of over 400,000 business and industry establishments across the country from diverse sectors of industry. The theme for this year is Engaging Maharashtra, Building India. Once again, I welcome you all for this thought-provoking discussion. Over to you, Selvi. Thank you very much and good afternoon all.
Thank you, Mr. Khurakiwala. I now request Shri M.K. Chauhan, Chairman, Mahendra and Young Knowledge Foundation and Chairman, IMC Ease of Living Committee, to present the opening address and conference overview. Over to you, Mr. Chauhan.
Thank you, Selvi. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. And it's my great pleasure to add my word of welcome to this Ease of Living conference after the President, Mr. Juzar Khurakiwala. As he said, and as you're all aware, after the ease of doing business, the next big thing and the focus of the government of India is the ease of living. Therefore, Indian Merchants Chamber very progressively thought about it and set up the very first ease of living committee by any other industry chamber. And this happens to be the very first ease of living conference ever held in India. So I feel myself very privileged to have chaired it for last 2 years and convening this first ever ease of living conference. At this stage, I want to thank our president for his entire support, and I must acknowledge the very committed hard work by the entire team of IMC to make this conference so successful, and of course my own Ease of Living members, and my colleagues. Thank you all. As you all know, the theme of this conference is Unlocking Urban India through Citizen Participation and Empowerment, making cities a better place to live. I'm sure most of you and most of us many times have thought, I wish there was less traffic and less pollution in my city. I wish there was better law and order, and we as citizens, especially the ladies and our children, could move around in our city more freely. The basic citizen services like getting birth certificate, death certificate, and driving license were made more easy. The other municipal services like solid waste management, the garbage cleaning, clean water supply, etc., were more efficient and available to the people, not only people like us who are attending this conference, but the people who are at the bottom of the pyramid and who are called the common citizen. So all these issues, I'm not so sure whether we can provide you the answers to all these issues, but this is our endeavor under the Indian Merchants Chamber to put these issues squarely on the table in front of the people who matter and the administrators and the government officials and ministry officials to discuss it and see how best we can partner with them in terms of giving them policy inputs, in terms of enhancing the citizen participation, using our own large base network, our own membership, and our social network. So with all these issues which we are going to discuss with people, which are, of course, some of them have been mentioned, and if they are already on the call, I want to welcome Mr. Kunal Kumar. He is an IAS Joint Secretary and Mission Director, Smart Cities Mission, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. He will give a special address on recent developments in the Smart City Mission and the roadmap ahead. This was established in 2015 and what has been done up till now and what will be the road ahead. That's what he's going to talk to us. Vilayam M. Thara, who's also an IAS and Additional Secretary and in charge of the Amrit, which is Atal Mission Rejuvenation for Urban Transformation. And she's going to talk to us about impact of Amrit on ease of living. We'll have Mr. D. Ajay Suri, the Senior Advisor, Inclusive Development and National Institute Urban Affairs, who will address on linkages between the urbanization, economic development, and ease of living. And from our own city of Mumbai and state of Maharashtra, Mr. D. Sivanandan, our former Director General of Police of Maharashtra and former Commissioner of Police. He's going to talk to us about direct correlation between law and order and ease of living. Because, as I said, if we feel safe and secure to move around in city, our ladies, women, children, our senior citizen, that's a very, very important aspect of ease of living. We have Ruchi Mathur, as you heard from Mr. Khorakiwala, that she's the CEO of Lighthouse Foundation, which is also partnering with us and have, right from the very beginning of conceiving this conference, have worked with us. So let me thank Ruchi and Mr. Ganesh Natarajan, the chairperson of this foundation. Also Malini Tadani, who is, of course, a common resource between, she's a member of our own committee of ease of living, and she's also on the board of Lighthouse Foundation. Thank you, Ruchi. Thank you, Ganesh, and thank you, Malini. We'll also have Mr. Viraj Tyagi, who is the CEO of eGov Foundation, which is based out of Bangalore. They have done a lot of work through the use of technology. They have, and they're going to talk about the experience of theirs in a couple of states, but largely in the state of Punjab. And of course, our own 4 people, I want to name them from our own committee, who are going to be speakers at this conference: Mr. Prabhat Pani, Amrita Chaudhary, Malini Thadani, and Kavita Sachwani. Thank you all and welcome. The objective, as some of you may know, of ease of living is fourfold. First of all, to assess and compare the outcomes achieved for various urban policies and schemes. Number 2, obtain the prescription of citizens about their view of the services provided by the city administration, because it's important that the administration provides a service in the best possible manner. But how are citizens receiving it? What is their perception? How are they getting benefited out of it? So that's extremely important. Number 3, to generate information to guide evidence-based policy making, not from the air-conditioned chambers of the administrators or other people. So with the involvement of everyone at large, society at large, communities at large, making the evidence-based policy. And number 4, catalyze action to achieve broader development outcomes, including the Sustainable Development Goals. As you all know, under United Nations, we have 17 development goals, and this is the decade of action. Last decade till 2030, we have to achieve these development goals. So there's a great contribution by all these institutions who are getting involved in this conference towards accelerating the attainment of these Sustainable Development Goals and eventually making life easier for people and making this world a better place to live, making our cities a better place to live. So EOL is a framework to assess ease of living, is a framework to assess improved well-being of citizens, since the end goal of development is to improve livability. And the index, which is called EOLI, Ease of Living Index, it examines livability of 114 cities across India on 3 pillars, which includes a total of 14 categories and 50 indicators. And let me take you through 3 main pillars of the ease of living. They are, first of all, the quality of life. What does it mean? In terms of framework, it includes education, health, housing, and shelter, wash, meaning water, sanitation and hygiene, and SWM, meaning solid waste management, mobility, safety, and security. All these put together mean the quality of life. They enhance the quality of life. Number 2 pillar of ease of living is economic ability, which includes level of development of any city or state, economic opportunities that that city offers. Our president, Mr. Jazar Khorakiwala, said that what if people begin to get greater working opportunities within 5 or 7 kilometers of the place where they live, the ease of living will definitely improve. So this is one of the point, what kind of economic opportunity the city offers to its citizens. And lastly, the Gini coefficient. It's a little technical term. We're going to talk about it a little later in more details. And the third most important pillar is sustainability, which includes environment, green spaces and buildings, energy consumption, and city resilience. So these three are the pillars of ease of living. At this stage, I would like to involve our people, because before Mr. Kunal Kumar joins us, which is a little late because he told me that he'll be able to join us at around 2:20. Let me first have an open discussion and jot down the expectations of our participants. And let me start with anybody who would want to come in. But first, my own Ease of Living committee members. We have Inakshi Sopti here. Inakshi, what do you think and what is your expectation from this conference? Is Inakshi there?
Yes, she is there. I'm just asking her to unmute. Yeah. Please unmute yourselves. Inakshi ji, please unmute yourselves. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. No, thank you very much. I think both you and Mr. Khurakiwala touched on very relevant topics, MK, and I think these are topics that impact our lives. So from that perspective, I think it would be wonderful to hear people at the helm who could share perspectives on how some of the issues that afflict our cities today can be addressed. So thank you very much. And I'm really looking forward to hearing this.
Thank you. And actually, I don't know whether Ganesh is there still around. He was to join some other meeting. Is Ganesh Natarajan there? Because he had a very little time.
Yes, he is also there. He is also there. I'm just asking him to unmute himself. Yeah.
Ganesh, what do you think of this partnership between Lighthouse Foundation, and what are your expectations from this conference?
Just give me a minute. I'll just switch off my other one.
Sure.
Sorry, sir. I was just juggling
No
another
problem.
meeting, as you know. No, we are very excited, and having heard Mr. Juser and of course you, I think the opportunities are tremendous. And I totally agree with Mr. Khurakiwala that this is where the opportunity is, that we have to rethink urban living. Because this commutes that he mentioned, 3-4 hours, I mean, I experienced it myself in Mumbai 20 years ago. That needs to change. And I think if we can design urban systems that can make change happen, not only, as you rightly said, for the well-to-do, but also for, like in Pune, for instance, we work with 500 slum communities. And our goal is to make inclusive growth happen. And that can only happen if cities are really designed for that. So we're really looking forward to the outcome of this conference. And I think it's going to be amazing.
Thank you, Ganesh. Can I bring in
Mahendra? I have.
Yes,
Mahendra,
sure.
Can I just say something here?
Sure, please do. And after Anand Singhani.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. What I was suggesting is, one is that we plan new cities that can be done, where the workspaces and the people who live can be next to each other or 5-7 kilometers. But that is for new cities. We are discussing existing cities. Let's take, for instance, Mumbai as an example where most of us are living. If government can just think of out of the box, provide fiscal incentives. Let us say, I'll take my own case to make it more easier to understand. My office is located at Worli. And if the government decides, maps the whole city and says that, look, if I employ people within, say, 10 kilometers or X kilometers from my office or from my location, I will give them a 10% income tax reduction in their, and a company will get an equal amount in their tax rebate. Now, what happens if, assuming this kind of an idea or a thought is addressed, over the period of time, 5-10 years, there will be a movement of employers and employees where they seek each other in their comfort zones. And therefore, the pressure on infrastructure will certainly get reduced. You see, in Bombay today, we are building coastal roads, we are building metros, we are building all kinds of infrastructure. But that's not going to help in the real long term. If you look at India today, only 2% of Indians own vehicles compared to West, which is 20-30%. If we have to move in that direction, where is the infrastructure? You see, even if you build twice the amount of coastal roads or twice the amount of super highways or what have you, it's going to be less for the kind of population we are having, and they are going to get prosperous in the years to come. So the whole pressure on ease of living will be enormous as we go along. So this is just a thought. A fiscal incentive is just a thought. I'd leave it to the experts to maybe, if they think the idea is good. I have discussed this thought with Mr. Nitin Gadkari at one point, but he also said this is a matter of finance ministry and blah 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 and all that. But anyway, I just thought I'll put it out there for people to take it up if they think it's a useful idea. Over to you, Mahendra. Thank you.
Yeah, but thanks, Jusa. That's an interesting idea, worth pondering and involving a large number of stakeholders and experts. We do have Ma'am Ashima Goyal, who is a great economist on our own committee. I'll approach her after I get an Anant, and maybe Ashima can respond or help us fine tune this idea even after this conference later on as to can we really make a strong case of it, and then under the banner of Indian Merchants Chamber, put it across to Ministry of Finance, for the tax rebate that Juzad is talking about, whether the idea is feasible, pros and cons and everything. After a proper assessment, we should be able to work on it further. Yes, Anand, your thoughts?
Sorry, could you just pose that question again, please?
No, I said, what is your in general expectations from this conference, this Ease of Living conference, and your thoughts? I mean, Juzar has just put across a proposal that we might like to ponder first and fine tune the idea that if there is a incentive by the income tax department to employees who work within 5 to 7 kilometers periphery to reduce the load on the transportation and pollution, as well as employees who employ people from the near vicinity. So that's just a nascent thought which has been put on a table.
So I think, thanks for having me here. I must admit that my video may be a bit shaky because I'm actually taking the advantage of ease of, just doing things. So I'm actually in the car traveling for another meeting. So you'll have to bear with me. I think the idea of, working closer to home would be very, very useful. In fact, I think the pandemic has shown that people can actually work remotely from anywhere. So I think the demand on infrastructure has reduced, and I hopefully will continue to reduce because, there is so much more convenience of working from anywhere rather than just working at a given spot. Of course, this leads to other challenges of data security and, just other social things, because people are not becoming as social as they used to be, given the fact that they're working remotely and, things like that. In terms of ease of living, I think one of the main challenges is, the proper infrastructure. So if the city bodies can provide fast access. Now you take the city of Mumbai, we've got so many mega infrastructure projects which have either at advanced stages. I mean, the C-Link reduced the time between, South Bombay and North Bombay. We have the coastal road, which is coming. We have the metro, which is coming. We've now got water taxis. I think probably the only city in India which has got water taxis. We've got Ro-Ro going from Mumbai to Alibag and, to the entire Raigad area. So this is easing the, the time to travel. So that being one aspect. The other aspect is in terms of services. So I believe like the Right to Services Act has allowed people to have access to services on their mobile. A lot of services are now being given by the government on various apps. Take, for example, recently I came to know that the Ministry of Commerce has come up with an app for a website which basically gives you all information on it. It's called NSWS, for example. So these things will definitely lead to ease of living.
Thank you, Anand. So I think about this infrastructure, I think faster we complete this coastal road and the metro, I think obviously what's happening is that the population and the increase in the transportation vehicles on the road is catching up faster than the infrastructure getting developed. So we have to speed up these projects, and that will be the trick to really be ahead of the curve. Let me bring in Ashima here. Ashima, are you there? Ashima Goyal.
Yes, I'm there.
Oh.
Yes, I'm there. Can you hear me? I was just
unmuted.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
We'll be really happy to hear your thoughts on
yes, I think really because India also has this huge oil import bill. So to reduce commuting, it would help the macro economy. And I think there are multiple ways of doing this. So fiscal incentives, the thing is that the government is moving towards a simple tax system with minimum exemptions, because that tends to make things complicated. And the first criteria is to increase compliance, to make it simple to do so, to reduce the paperwork, etc. But I think one can implement this in many ways, because even companies themselves, if you employ people from close by, then you could perhaps have a lower salary package, or the travel allowance, etc., goes down. And we are moving towards a skill-based economy where training people and will be very important. So giving them good facilities. So, if we can have a mixture of the hybrid model, where you have work from home for those, or work from anywhere for those who can, whose work allows it. And for other service, people, if you can provide some accommodation nearby, or organize with contractors who can be in that area. So as I'm saying, as we move forward, it's not just the government, it's the industry as well as citizens who have to come together and do things. So I really like Jose's phrase that ease of living is a 24-hour thing. Ease of, cost of business, or whatever, business is a limited period. So one has to think of sort of sustainable and participative things. And so one issue I would like to flag for the conference, which I think is the most important, we all know what needs to be done. We can see the problems around us, but how to solve them, that's the biggest issue. So here, as I said, if you're going to bring together different parties, then coordination is the most important. And I really appreciate the IMC's initiative in putting together this conference and bringing people together to discuss this, people from different walks of life, government, citizens, business. So, and I think we are at a stage where technology makes coordination possible. We were just talking about how ease of conferencing with the new technologies. So use technology to sort of set up a platform maybe where interested parties can come together and things can be worked out. And even among government agencies themselves, like one stylized fact is that the greatest number of cases in courts is because government agencies are not agreeing or bringing cases against each other. So some ways of, allowing out of court settlements, agreements, coordination, different agencies that provide partially similar services are doing it, at cross purposes. So if we can solve that issue, I think, so the tax incentives is one thing that can be explored, but many other ways of achieving this is a great idea for firms to recruit more from localities. Yeah.
So Ashima, I particularly want to come back to this issue and say, do you think the tax department and first of all, Ministry of Finance will be open to an idea like this, because first of all, there are several demands on them from different stakeholders. And this directly impacts the quality of life of citizens within the city. So asking a tax soap of this kind, do you think, how will it be taken by government? And how can we really work on it? And after this conference, we should get together in our ease of living committee and maybe a couple of other experts to fine tune this, and under IMC banner, maybe we will take it forward. So any initial thoughts, how will government's reaction first be?
Well, as I said, one thing that goes against this is that tax system is moving towards simplification. Even as citizens, we have this option that we can give up exemptions and have a lower rate. So if you allow exemptions, you have to pay a higher rate. For corporates also, this is the direction of tax reform. So to bring in more different kinds of exemptions will not work with this approach of policy. But the second thing is that the government is very keen on reducing pollution and the green economy, moving towards green. And a lot of international funds also coming in under this, and India's own commitment. So this is a very welcome move from that point of view, because it will reduce commuting, use of petrol, diesel, etc., etc. So, if you put it under a green incentive, green scheme, it might be more acceptable than under decongesting the cities. Yeah.
All right. No, that's an interesting angle. I think sustainability is everyone now. I think it has taken a global center stage, and greening the economy is absolutely very, very important. I mean, right today I was reading in the Economic Times that this sustainability has taken, a topmost agenda in several boards. And the TCS's product, which is a technology-led product to help companies measure their energy footprints, consumption, wastages, and reduce that. That software, which is brought out by TCS, is selling more and more, which means more and more boards are discussing about it. More and more companies are getting interested in this. So that's a very interesting angle. Thank you for that.
Because even, if you hire people from nearby, the energy footprint would include the commuting and the cost, the amount of time spent, the fumes that you add in your daily commute. So this should go in that to scorecard or whatever. I don't know what the TCS software does, but then the incentives for firms to employ more from the nearby area increases. There are many ways of incentivizing them.
So I see Narendra Ambani also here. Narendra is a corporate leader, and he sits on several boards. Earlier, he was managing director of Johnson & Johnson. Narendra, you're there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Hi, any thoughts, expectations from this conference and from the corporate world? What do you think ease of living? Is it coming on board agendas?
Yeah, it is. It is very much on the board agenda, and most of the boards are very flexible now on how people deliver their work, and increasingly so. So I think we are seeing that, and I think the COVID has probably accelerated that move.
Okay, and anyone else? Let me, Selby, you can open it just for another maybe 7 minutes till Mr. Kunal Kumar joins us.
Okay.
Anyone would like to sort of ask a question or put forth their expectation from this conference? Let me just capture that.
Anybody who would be interested in asking a question or some doubts or some comments, you can just post it on chat or raise your hand. Raise a hand in Zoom, okay?
Yeah.
We will come to you. Yes, sir. I'm just Mr. Mark Fernandez. So start your video.
Yes, Mark.
Mr. Fernandez, please unmute yourselves.
Hello.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Please start your video.
Okay. MK, it's wonderful to hear everybody talk about it. Wonderful to hear our president suggest an incentive by the government, which is going to be utopia. It's not going to happen. Government not going to give anybody money. They will take maximum taxes from us. What in my view could be a reality is, I mean, even when we created JN Port, I was on the board of Bombay Port and JNPT, and Mumbai Port Trust gave 500 crores to create the container terminal, which is called Nava Sheva. And we had planned to have The port with the living quarters, barely 5 kilometers from the port. Then comes Sitco and says, no way, you go to Panvel. And you go to, so you have an entire port, which is today the country's second largest container terminal, where the staff come to work from Bayandar and Mulund, which is almost taking 2.5 hours. We as a think tank and as a chamber, I think we need to really come down with a hammer on our government to say when we plan new cities, you know, and new ports and new infrastructure, if you don't have people living alongside, it's not going to be ever a piece of ease of living or even this simplification of procedure. Is it a myth? Is it reality happening? Today, the amount of compliance that has to be done by companies does not justify the benefit the company is getting. So where is the simplification? Where is the ease of living? I mean, no doubt the Ministry of Finance, I find, is the only institution that has actually gone from a manual operation to 98% online. But the handling cost by the port and the shipping companies have gone up instead of coming down. I mean, they have reduced physical movement. The operation for their staff is reduced by almost 70%, but the handling cost for containers in our country is gone up by almost 50%. On every forum we talk, and even the Honorable Prime Minister has cited it, even the Finance Minister in the budget, that globally the handling cost is 7.5%. In India, it is 14.5%. But nothing is being done to bring that cost down. I mean, ease of living can only happen if we have a thinking or a mindset where we have office and work unified. Thank you.
Mark, let me pause you here for a while. And can you get into specifics? We still have 3 minutes to go. What specifically do you think should be done to bring down the cost of, this handling at the cargo that you're talking about? There's a virtually double the cost versus the average of the world.
You know, I have written a strong letter to our Honorable Finance Minister and to the Chairman of CBIC. What we lack in our country is basically, according to me and many of my associates, is accountability. Today, if an importer does not file a document prior to the arrival of the ship, he is on a daily basis penalized 10,000 rupees. If the importer does not pay the custom duty within 24 hours of his document being processed, he is paid interest on a daily basis higher than the bank rates. But if a custom officer delays my clearance by 10 days or 20 days for no rhyme or reason, he is just not accountable.
Okay,
now,
so there's the larger part of the governance that you're touching upon. I know, I mean, the three golden...
I mean, you see, Indians go abroad and they head the biggest companies in the world. But the same Indians who are here are not able to have that freedom.
Yeah. No, but my question was that how did the cost of handling within, these ports went up, kind of thing?
Okay.
Is it the technology is not being used, or you have a large number of laborers? We have a labor arbitrage. I mean, what is it?
We had a chief commissioner in JNPT that listened to us and invented a new scheme called direct port delivery. In doing so, the shipping companies and the container freight station operators went to court. But he had already filed a caveat anticipating that they would do this mischief. The prices dropped by 50%. From 42,000, it came down to almost 15,000. He is transferred. Now they have gone back to 42,000. I have sent the bills to the Honorable Finance Minister and to the PMO's office. I said, you say simplification, ease of doing business, lower handling costs, but if your officers don't implement it, it's a losing battle. It could be done. It has been done for the last 3 years.
Right. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Anybody is from NGO sector, social sector, who's attending this conference and would like to sort of give the views as to what is the general people People at the bottom of the pyramid expect, okay. So let me bring in two people here who have done a lot of work, particularly in social sector as well as in smart city mission. Let me first start with Prabhat Pani. Prabhat, I know you're going to be one of the speakers and moderators later on, but I think you have worked for Tata Trusts for a long, long time and using technology, leveraging it, So what do you hear at the social sector? What do they think is ease of living and how that can be improved, in your experience?
See, I would say that one of the single biggest issues with regard to implementation of policies or schemes that are worked out is that one, it is not clearly understood how it is going to be accessed by people at the bottom end of the pyramid. So whether it is creation of awareness, whether it is facilitating the process of access, this is something which is missing. So it may be a great policy initiative, but unless people know about it and know how to access it, how's it going to work? You would be aware that there is an organization called Haq Darshak. It's a for-profit social enterprise, which today has gone to multiple states. And their model is go to the home of an underprivileged, take a small amount of money, collect their details, and based upon which tell them what are some government schemes that they are aware of, that they are eligible for, but which they haven't availed of. So you could be having an elderly person and not availing of a pension scheme, which the government may have. You may have a physically challenged person. There would be a scheme from the government which you're not availing of. You are, because you are below the poverty line, you have a BPL card, there are certain schemes you're eligible for, but you don't know what those are. This is conveyed to them. And again, for a small fee, they actually collect the relevant documents and put in an application on behalf of the potential beneficiary to get that scheme. I forget the exact numbers, but I think it's running into a couple of million, the number of people that they have got to avail of schemes through this process. Now, why do we need a Haq Darshak? Isn't it important that if a set of schemes are announced, there is a different medium which is found to reach it across, to make people aware in that category and why can't access be made much easier? Today, even a scheme like vaccination, you may say it is not perfect, but the fact remains that there is a tremendous job that has been done, both in terms of acting against the hesitancy, and second, making it available free of cost, and quite often virtually next to your home. If some of these learnings could be picked up and used in our approach, both in urban India, particularly in, let's say, the slums and the informal settlements, and to some extent in rural India, I think the benefits which are today enjoyed or availed of by people in the upper strata could become a lot more accessible to the people who are not doing so today.
No, that's a very interesting point. I am reminded of my conversation long ago with Mr. Suresh Prabhu, the former minister. When he was an MP, what he did is in his own constituency, he came up with a small booklet which had the information on various schemes by the government for the people in the village and town, and he distributed those booklets, and that made a lot of difference. Without sort of any tom-tomming about our work at Mahindra and Young Knowledge Foundation, when 9/11 struck, we partnered with Deloitte, they are our knowledge partners, and with the inputs from Municipal Corporation, we came up with a booklet for the common citizen what to do when the terrorism strikes. We brought out those booklets in English, Hindi, and Marathi and distributed to a lot of people. And a lot of society people and cooperative housing society people appreciated a lot, because there is an immense amount of ignorance, even at the educated level people as to what is there in the fine prints of these policies, and they're not aware of their rights. So if they're not aware of their rights, the schemes around them, how can they avail of it? So that's a very, very interesting point. And I think do connect this Hug Darshak with us, with our Ease of Living Committee. We should be able to link up with them and learn a little bit more with them, involve them in our future programs and things like that. Let me come to our deputy co-chair, Amrita Chaudhary of Ease of Living. Amrita, are you there? Selvi, can you unmute Amrita Chaudhary?
Yes, yes, I have unmuted. I've send the request.
Amrita has directly worked in Agra Smart City, and if she can share some of the learnings, as to how the ease of living with the use of technology in these smart cities.
She's not unmuting. Maybe I think she's not responding on the unmute request.
Okay, fair enough. Can Sanjay Mehta, can I request you to please make a call, to Mr. Kunal Kumar's office, or maybe Prabhat, you can also try. He had told me by 2:20 he'll try and join, though we gave him time up to 2:30. But if you could just prompt him first through the message. I received a call from Delhi. Let me see which is this call. Okay, so I just had a call from Mr. Kunal Kumar's office. He's soon going to join us. In the meanwhile, can I bring in Malini here? Malini Thadani, are you there, Malini?
Can you give me the surname?
Thadani, T-A-D-A-N-I.
No, Malini Thadani is not there.
Okay, she may not have.
Yeah, Kunal Kumar is here.
So,
Kunal Kumar is here. So Kunal Kumar.
Okay.
I'll just introduce him.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Chauhan. Shri Kunal Kumar, Joint Secretary and Mission Director, Smart Cities Mission, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, has joined us, and I request you to kindly initiate the proceedings for the session, Recent Development in Smart City Mission and Roadmap Ahead. Over to you, Mr. Chauhan.
Thank you very much. On behalf of Indian Merchants Chamber and on my personal behalf, it's my extreme delight to extend my warm welcome to Sri Kunal Kumar. Thank you, sir, and most welcome. We know how busy you are. I didn't want to use, but I must use this if I can take liberty that you're on a hot seat and so busy, yet you found time to be with us this afternoon. So thank you very much. We deeply appreciate that. I have my colleague at the Ease of Living Committee, Mr. Prabhat, with me. He's the faculty of SP Jain Institute of Management Research. He's also heading the social sector interventions and projects at SP Jain. He has been the former Tata Trust advisor, and I believe he has worked closely with you. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me formally introduce Mr. Kunal Kumar very briefly. Mr. Kumar is a brilliant IAS that, as I have known, and he's presently holds the position of Joint Secretary and Mission Director, Smart City Missions, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India since 2018. Earlier, he was the Municipal Commissioner at Pune Municipal Corporation, Maharashtra, for close to 4 years. And that's where I think he did a lot of great work with the Pune City mission, which is now as Lighthouse Community Foundation, which is also partnering with us. So Mr. Kunal Kumar is basically an electrical engineer, graduate from IIT Roorkee, and has successfully completed his master's in public management from National University of Singapore, NUS, a university which I have also had a privilege to work closely, and Howard Kennedy School, Cambridge, USA. Mr. Kumar was awarded by the Prime Minister of India for Excellence in Aadhaar Governance Award during his stint at District Collector of Aurangabad. Besides traveling, he has a good interest in reading and follows sports across the world. Smart Cities mission seeks to improve the quality of life of 100 cities and towns of India, and these cities are home to more than 1/3 of the country's population, and therefore the footprints and the impacts of Mr. Kumar through Ease of Living mission are huge, particularly on the ease of living of people of India. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we thought that a person none other than Mr. Kumar can do a great justice as an inaugural speaker for this very first conference on ease of living by Indian Merchants Chamber. So it's my great privilege to present to you, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kunal Kumar. Mr. Kumar, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chauhan. I just want to check if I'm audible.
Yes, very well.
Thank you. And a very good afternoon to all on the call. I'm thankful to IMC for organizing this interaction between good section of industry and people who are working in various areas related to urban and the economy. And I think the topic which is today being discussed is about which I've been told to talk about is the Smart Cities mission. And I had shared a presentation. So, Mr. Chauhan, should I run it or would you be? Or if you give me the permission, I'll be able to do it.
Sir, I'll just give you the permission, sir. Just a minute.
Yeah.
So, okay, fine.
I'm trying to. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
it is
sir.
visible. Yeah.
Okay. Just let me know if the slides are moving, and then because sometimes it has happened in presentations that you go on the screen, then the people tell you that your slides are
yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll just tell you.
No problem. Thank you. So this is a slice of urban for you. Talking about things urban and urban development and urban programs and urban future and present, past, and future is a much larger subject. And within that, Smart Cities mission is a slice which we are going to consume today in this talk. And so I'll not go into the intricacies and philosophies and challenges and how the future is for urban. That probably is a much larger debate which we will maybe have later. Today I'll just focus on the mission and try to take you through a glimpse of what is happening under the Smart Cities mission. And the purpose will be to acquaint you with what is happening and what is likely to happen in the near future. so that you are fully aware of the dimensions of what is being done in the country. Can you see the next slide?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good. So things are working. Right. So when I say MOHUA, it is the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. We get used to these acronyms and assume that the person ahead of us also knows these acronyms, but MOHUA is that. And this slide essentially tells you the place where I'm sitting in this ministry. How do we look at what we should be doing and how are we doing that in the country? So if you see this pyramidal structure, in the red are all cities. Now we have more than 4,800 official towns and cities in the country, where a large number of programs are being implemented. For example, programs around livelihood called the National Urban Livelihood Mission. Then the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. Then the new Amrit scheme and the new Swachh Bharat scheme. These are programs implemented across all cities. Then you have the second tier, which is the orange, which are the 100 smart cities. So there is another layer to this pyramid, an important layer where a lot of innovative experiments are happening. Digital technology is getting used, and ease of living and performance enhancement and bankability of cities and how do you look at sustainability. Those aspects are being championed. And at the top, there are certain niche programs specifically around metro rail and stuff, which is happening in some small number of cities. So this is where, and the three keywords are livability, economic ability, and sustainability. Economic ability is technically not a dictionary term, but how do you improve the economic ability of citizens, of businesses, and cities at large is one of the focus areas of this entire strategy that we have, this pyramidal strategy. This slide I'll just park at the moment, and we will come back to this later. So smart cities mission. Smart cities is a concept. Smart cities is an idea. It is a concept. It has different connotations for different people. But smart cities mission is a program, and a program has got to have its own strategy. If you play a game of football, you have to have 11 team members. You can't have 12. The size of the field is defined and so on. So you have rules of the game. So this is basically the rules of smart cities mission, where two kinds of programs are implemented. Each city which is selected under the program has to do something called the area-based development, and also something called the pan-city development. And it has to choose one of these compulsorily in their proposals. These 100 cities which have been selected through a competition. So their proposals were evaluated by an international jury, and based on that, the 100 cities were selected, and the selection process itself went on for 3 years. Started in 2015 and ended in 2018, so literally 4 years. And so this is the first time it has happened that cities have got selected through a challenge process. And what has come out of them, their proposals is 5,000 plus projects, and investments are close to $27 billion. And as I said, no standard template, and these are the book things on a very broad level that they are being targeted under the program. So what are those 6 principles which have emerged from the way the smart cities mission is shaped? Look at these as foundational principles, and these are much in the foundational level. Before you talk about projects and all, each of the projects seem to be talking about creating more from less. This is something which is a very deep concept, and all of us know that this is something that innovation is all about. Cooperative and competitive federalism. Cooperative in the sense you have peer-to-peer learning and exchange, and competitive in the sense of competition between cities, and for not only getting selected but also for various other things in the future. Having the citizen at the core, and there's a very important thing. If you think of the smart cities mission is not here to promote certain set of ideas, but it is here to solve problems that citizens face. And if your ideas do help you solve those problems, those ideas have a place in the mission. If those ideas are great, glamorous, beautiful, don't solve any problems, keep it in your pocket. Then integration, innovation, sustainability, one of the key elements. Technology is a very important factor, but as a means and not the goal. And of course, convergence of ideas, of partnerships, of people, of programs, of funding mechanisms, on. So these 6 principles guide us. And the 200,000 crores would essentially come on the left side. If you see, the dark green is SCM, which means that those are the grants under the mission, close to around 1 lakh crores. Other programs, which is convergence, is 21%, public-private partnerships 21%, and others like loan, land monetization and stuff is 13%. This is getting invested in area development, mobility, energy and environment, waste and water, social economic development, health, education, a lot of ICT solutions to bring government together, to make urban governance come together in integrated fashion. So there is a spectrum on both sides, and this is the beauty of the mission. So it's not like one dimension or one particular area of work or one particular type of funding. It really spans a wide variety of incoming resources and outgoing areas of investment. Again, I'll not delve much here, but just to make a point, 4 rounds of selection, and the selection ended in 2018. And during the selection process, it was interesting to see how people got involved in this entire process of creating a vision. I think most of you who are from Pune on the call, Mr. Pani, I can see Ruchi, I can see some other people, names in the participant list, would be aware of the kind of enthusiasm that was generated at the time of creating the proposal. And for the first time, we were doing this business, because all the while programs are supposed to be implemented in top-down fashions, and here was a program which was saying, hold on, don't assume that you have all the information, don't assume you have all the solutions, go back, talk to your stakeholders, ideate in very, very creative ways and figure out what your city needs. And therefore, 12.5 million people, but more than, I think, 2.5 crore ideas did emerge, and then they were incorporated into the smart city proposals that the cities created. And well, figures are important. So just to give you a glimpse of where we are today, we started with a hope that we would do projects worth 200,000 crores. We have 92% of that already tendered, and 80% of that has already started on ground. So 160,000 plus. Today, I think the figure is 165,000. We have real-time dashboards. 1,65,000 crore works are already on ground, and 30% of the projects are completed. If you see in the numbers of projects, more than half the projects have been completed. But as we all know, the smaller projects will get completed earlier. These are long gestation projects. Projects will take 2.5, 3 years to get completed. Big projects of water, big projects of solar, big projects of street development, they take their own time, which is where we are assuming, and we are working towards a deadline of June 2023 to ensure all the projects get completed. These are just some snapshots. This is a picture from Prayagraj. The Kumbh was organized last year, and Prayagraj could manage with 1/20th the staff it normally would have deployed for a Kumbh, just because it could use the IT and technology solutions that were developed under the Smart Cities mission. You did not really see police on the ground managing stuff, because all of that was being monitored remotely through cameras, multiple other techniques of IoT. And by the way, today 76 cities in the country have such facilities. 24 are under progress, and we have promised the country that we will develop all the 100 before the 15th of August 2022, which is when we complete our 75 years of independence. Then there are beautiful projects of waterfronts, riverfronts, urban gardens, spaces, urban forests and parks. I could have given you any of those photographs in this slide, but I have preferred to give you a slide of a intervention. This is an island which was created in 48 hours in Srinagar, non-stop work of 48 hours, which is why, one of the things I want to emphasize with this photograph is that we don't only champion a certain kind of projects, we champion approaches. And this is one approach that we champion, which is called the TLS, which is the test, learn, scale approach, where we overnight, or when we say overnight, we say figuratively, in this case, it has been 48 hours. People work non-stop with a pre-diagnosis of the problem and pre-set of data, and look at the post situation of the problem and the data, and figure out whether it has worked for that area. And then if it has worked through that learning exercise, you scale it to other places. So this is one of the examples of, and this 89 such projects of vibrant urban spaces, but specifically of this kind, over and above these 89, we have had 75 transformational exercises on the TLS category. And as we speak, we are into the third iteration of that, when a lot of cities are converting their spaces into usable spaces for people overnight. Only day before, I was in Pimpri-Chinchwad Municipal Corporation, where over a flyover, a dead space was converted into a skating garden over 3 days of work with citizens and everyone involved. And that one has now got footfalls of thousands of people coming in every day. That day I interacted with many people who come there. They said we spend minimum 2 hours, and a guy who'd come there, he had come from 2 kilometers. He walked to that place with his son. He said that for the first time in my life staying in Pimpri-Chinchwad, my son could access a public space which he enjoys. So those are the kinds of stuff. Then a lot of public-private partnership projects. This is one mission where 40,000 crores of public-private partnership is happening. We constantly engage with investors. Every quarter I have an investor conference. Only on the 21st of January, we had a conference of investors where globally 500 investors attended, and we could have a lot of projects. So, I mean, the variety is immense. We have car parkings, we have hospital development, school development, public bicycle sharing, electric street lighting, smart street lighting on PPP, then many other kinds of projects which are happening on PPP. Then I'll go quickly now. Smart water projects. There are a lot of projects on water. Then these are projects on streets, street redesign. By the end of the mission, we hope that we would have close to 2,000 kilometers of redesigned streets in the country. When I say redesign, it's not beauty. It's first primarily safety. Second, it is access for everyone, all abilities, all ages, all genders, and good for walking and cycling with minimum number of conflicts, minimum number of accidents. And then, of course, beauty is the icing on the cake. Then for the first time in the country, our municipalities are investing in solar systems. This is a plant which has been created by Tirupati. Similar plants have been created by many other municipal corporations and smart cities. 70 such projects have already been completed. This one I'll skip. And post-COVID, we realized that a lot of the challenge that our cities have faced is one is that safe distancing makes you away from public transport. Then this whole concept of active living. Surprisingly, the more comfortable and the better cars you have, you tend to have more diseases. So it's because our bodies have been made. We have evolutionarily we have developed to have active living, and then only we will be free of diseases. So so Cycles for Change, a program where we are pushing cyclability in cities. Inspired by this program, myself, I have been cycling to work for the last 1.5 years. People and I myself didn't believe it was possible in Delhi, but it's very convenient, and I can't think of any other way of moving around in Delhi. Streets for People, walkability is being championed, and many beautiful projects across the country, as I said, are happening on street redesign, reconversion, and reclaiming streets for citizens rather than giving them to vehicles. Then Transport for All, if you see in the right bottom, that's a program for getting startups to create solutions to make people come back to transport because of the safe distancing and other problems. People did shun public transport and find it difficult to come back to it. We don't want our roads to become the roads like we see in many parts of the world. We have those roads in our country also. We have 6-hour traffic jams and 8-hour traffic jams. We're not far away from that if we keep thinking private transport. And then nurturing neighborhoods, reclaiming neighborhoods for people, and nurturing those neighborhoods by the people. So it's both ways, and this is a challenge that is going on in all the cities in the country. When I say all the cities, all the smart cities. And then the Eat Smart Cities challenge on the top right, which is about smart nutrition. Now, these are 5 things we introduced post as a response to the pandemic, as a reimagining the situation of what our cities need to work on. And these are programs which have long-term implications. They're not going to be successful in a year or two. We are nudging, and we're seeing the nudges. For example, in the first month of the year, from the 1st of January to the 26th of January, we had a challenge for all city commissioners, city officers of municipal corporations to come and how much can you cycle and how much could you walk. This was a tactical way of getting them out. And you wouldn't believe that they have aggregated close to 70,000 kilometers in this 26. And we have a great award function coming in where we would be recognizing those enterprising commissioners and officers on the 15th of February. So these are these are the kinds of things we are seeing, and about 1,800 kilometers of streets being redesigned, around 400 kilometers of cycle tracks being redesigned, and all this is happening in real time now. And this is just the beginning of the transformation that we all imagine that we will see in our country going forward. Because I have talked about these challenges, I'll skip these slides. They are available with you. So we have this challenge mode in many other things. We, through impact investments, this one is specifically with the French bank. We started 12 projects in the country. This is Chennai's project on creating smart schools. So they are transforming the entire municipal schooling system, which is not only smart, doesn't mean technology. They're investing in, learning abilities, investing in creating parent interaction, teacher training, and then redesigning and remodulation of the entire space that is called a school. So this is a project that Chennai has taken up. A very interesting project in Amritsar, where auto rickshaws are being converted into electric. They are being transformed into a cooperative, and almost like think of it like this, that public transport is thought of by buses. We are creating a system of public transport through systemization of this auto rickshaw business, where actually people, just like buses, you could have stops and you could have a system where you have an app and everything is connected. So this is a project which we really look forward, because a lot of small cities have scope of replicating this. Similarly, a riverfront development in Agartala and stuff. Now, a lot of work is also happening on data and technology. And each of these could be talked for 2 hours, but I'll just give you a glimpse of some of these. For example, the Urban Observatory. We did not have a concept within the Ministry of Data-Driven Governance, and so we have to preach what we practice. And so we have this state-of-art observatory within our ministry set up by us 3 years back, and where we have, this is a data lab of the Government of India's Urban Department, where we look at a lot of data sets across the country, see what is happening, and then use it for decision making. India Urban Data Exchange is one of the cutting edge platforms that is getting developed in India. Very few countries are at the stage at which we are. This essentially is the UPI of data. If I might give a very crude example, just like UPI is used for transferring money from a mobile to another, if you want safe transfer of data between different parties who want to work together on solving a particular problem in a city, you use the India Urban Data Exchange. This one has been taken over by MeitY. The Ministry of IT has come out with a document on national open data, national open digital ecosystems, nodes, and they are now looking at converting India Urban Data Exchange into the national data exchange for the country. So that is going to be one contribution that we would make as a mission to the country's data infrastructure. And of course, we talked about the integrated command and control centers. A lot of these centers were really useful during COVID. Because I've been traveling during COVID to multiple cities, only in Maharashtra for COVID management, I visited about 13 cities, and I could see in those areas where we had such infrastructure, the way to control, was much better. And these centers were essentially used for 4 different kinds of things. And this is something that this is our response framework, how technology can be used to handle pandemics like COVID or disasters, essentially in 4 quadrants. It can be used for effective communication, can be used for effective information gathering, can be used for effective management of all kinds of crises, and it can be used for preparedness, which is predictive analytics as to what is going to happen in the future. So this is something that we developed, and we have documented every city's work. It's all available on the portal called SmartNet, which is NIUA's portal. All cities, we have documented the best practices during COVID, which is getting replicated across the country. And multiple kinds of ICT investments, we all are now getting familiar to them. Humongous amount of investment is going into creating these solutions. Now we are taking on more challenges, which is beyond the 100 cities. So this is one where we are rolling out e-governance. The idea is to have working solutions so that people can get basic services in all the cities and towns of the country through electronic means, being anywhere in the world, anytime, on the go, literally. And this is something that we advise by 2025 or latest by 2026, our country will have that confidence to say to the world that all our cities will, 4,800 cities will be able to do that. So this is a program again led by me and my team. Then I would skip the details. There's a lot of details on the architecture, there's a lot of technology behind it. I don't want to dwell there. But essentially look at the partnerships, and we have a partnership-based approach. For every program, we have multiple partners. For example, in talk in the sector of IT, Ganesh invited me to this. I hope he's there on the call. I don't know if he's there, but
he was there.
Okay. So the IT sector wanted us to have a a model RFP kind of approach, so that a level playing field is created for the industry to participate. There we got into partnerships with NASSCOM, with the World Economic Forum, and many other people, and we came out with a document which was signed on by the industry. I'm just giving you an example of how cross-cutting our programs are. And for every field of work, there are largely three elements of work. One is working on people, augmenting capacity, training more people, getting more human resources, creating the infrastructure of people to support the program. Then you have processes. So people, processes, and the third one is platforms. And this 3P approach is what we take in all our programs. So I'll skip all this. This is another program that we have. This is called Smart Cities and Academia Towards Action and Research. We always felt that our most of the literature we have in urban development comes from the West, and so why don't we generate literature in our country? And we have an open-ended partnership. While I say we are working with 15 premier institutions, they are not selected out of a cohort or so. Any institution is invited. Only last week we have closed 3 more partnerships, so maybe this number will go to 18 in any case. The presentation was created last week. So one program of creating case studies where we have studio projects where university professors and their teams, students work on hands-on with our project development in cities. The second project we have launched with IIT Kanpur and La Trobe University in Australia, where both the institutions have come together, donors have come together, and we have 30 different PhDs on smart cities in India and the Asian region. And we are looking at multiple different extensions of the SAR program going forward. We have one going to be closed with IIM Ahmedabad shortly. So the point is that we are now also trying to get academia connected. All of us know that learning in academic institutions lags practice on ground easily by about 5 years or maybe even 10 years. We're trying to bridge that gap through a different way. Those processes will take their own sweet course of changing, but can we get students to work with us in real time? And public-private partnerships I talked about, these are the different projects. So taking our agenda of capacity building forward, the Urban Learning Internship Program is one program that we launched last year. Last year, I mean 2020 June, so it's last year. And so far we have got 3,000 graduates across the country interning on smart city projects. So we've opened our gates to students and graduates to come and work with us. Even today, if a young guy or a young woman walks into my office and says, we want to work with you on our projects, that very day we connect them to our project. We don't have a lot of procedural stuff. We said, go and start looking at your projects. We have a collaboration room within the ministry. People go there, find their collaborators and start working. We are very open to engaging with youth. So 3,000 youth being trained on Tulip. We have a fellowship program, 200 fellows roughly. We have had 3 iterations. We have nurtured in the ministry over the last 3 years, and we're going to do that every year henceforth. So that's another program. By the way, ministry did it, and then subsequently many other cities and states are also doing it. Then we set up 2 institutions, the Climate Center for Cities last year and the Center for Digital Governance also. This essentially is to take the agenda of digital governance and the climate forward. And I'll go quickly. I'll not spend much time on these. These slides are there with you. Now we've moved to assessments. So we are ranking cities on ease of living, how their municipalities are performing, how they're doing on data and digital, how they're doing on their own city GDP. By the way, this is the city GDP framework that we'll be officially launching. We have it in a pilot mode, but our country doesn't have a city GDP framework so far. We've created that. And the Climate Smart Cities program essentially is about seeing how cities are performing on climate indicators. So Bangalore and Shimla were rated as the best cities to live in. Indore and NDMC, again, the best municipalities. Then Surat, Pimpri Chinchwad, Bhopal, and Pune were the best cities with the best digital work and data-related work. And 9 cities performed the best in climate: Surat, Indore, Ahmedabad, Pune, Vijayawada, Rajkot, Visakhapatnam, Pimpri Chinchwad, and Vadodara. These are very objective assessment frameworks. This is what I was talking about. We have an alliance of about 84 different partners, global partners, who work with us in each of these cities to make the difference that we see on those slides. This is a snapshot of the real-time mechanism we have to, monitor our projects and our programs. Again, this is a SmartNet platform that I was talking about. We believe that we don't need experts for more than 20% of what we want to do. Peer-to-peer learning is good enough to make that happen, and that's why a lot of emphasis is there on peer-to-peer learning. We have the Smart City Awards. Last year, I think, these are multiple sectors in which we give the awards. Last year, Indore and Surat were rated the best smart cities. And I'll just show you some pictures. So a lot of projects under ease of living, non-motorized transport, Chandigarh project, placemaking initiatives, a lot of projects to connect communities, digital literacy, skill development, renovation of historical areas. So, a design studio by Tirupati Smart City, renovation of historical buildings and places. Surat project, this has been, in fact, this is going for an international competition. A lot of projects on smart governance, apps, ICCCs, intelligent traffic management systems, the data exchange, and on resilience. So clean energy, solar, wind projects, water conservation, reclaiming water bodies, carbon credits. So our cities have started getting, in fact, Indore got 9 crores of carbon credit fund this year. And so we are setting up a program to see how many other cities can get that. Biomining. And we also, try to engage with the system to say, well, you need a mission to become smart. There is a method to this, which is iterative, which is participatory, driven by processes, and every city can aspire to become smart. So we just documented the learnings that we've had over the years from the ground on the mission, and we've put this back in the ecosystem. A lot of dialogue is happening around it. This is just a representation of the dialogue that we have started with the states to make all other cities come on the same platform. So good, I'll stop here. Thank you. I have gone ahead of time, maybe by 2 or 3 minutes.
No. So thank you, Mr. Kumar. That was pretty comprehensive, and I must say that it was a great learning journey for last 30 minutes for all of us, particularly for me, I must confess. I have a question, but I'd like to sort of club it with the questions that Prabhat has. Particularly if you could share, some most crucial challenges like administrative, financial, and technology-related challenges that you have experienced, which have or still impede the progress. So that's one question. Just I want to park it. But over to you, Prabhat, to start moderating the session. But thanks a lot, sir, for that comprehensive presentation.
Thank you. Well, challenges are there on every front. Challenges are there on, the people front, the finance front. Challenges are there in every system where you need standardization. Because standardization is a chicken and egg problem. You need to have industry develop, but industry develops only when you have proper standardization. But standardization needs practice to develop. We have a problem of, the structural nature of how urban governance shapes in our country. So those need to change in order to give more autonomy and coherence to local constituents to take action. So those are kinds of challenges we face, and that's why I said, the smart cities mission itself is something which will affect that and will be affected by the overall ecosystem. So there are challenges on many fronts, and we're working on them. And I think all of us have to work together. Those challenges cannot be solved by government alone.
Sure. I mean, if I can, on behalf of IMC, volunteer that we will definitely be very closely working with the Smart City Mission. We have a large membership. So that's just, by the way, I wanted to place on record. Over to you, Prabhat.
Sure. Thank you, Mahendraji. Kunalji, it's been a pleasure knowing you and interacting with you and witnessing the dynamic work that we first saw you carry out as the Municipal Commissioner in Pune and now as the first mission director of the Smart Cities mission. Thank you for this very impressive presentation. I'm sure, a lot of the mystery or a lot of the, let's say, romanticism around the Smart Cities mission has possibly been laid bare by you. And I'm sure it's also given a lot of ideas to people on how they can participate and work with you in making the vision materialize. So the first question I have is with regard to innovation. Clearly, we saw lots of examples of innovative thinking, innovative design, innovative execution from the presentation that you made. But, innovation will be a key given the fact that resource crunches will always be there, and we have such a large number of urban local bodies, high population density, and so on and so forth. So the question I have is that how is the Smart Cities mission looking at institutionalizing this whole process of gathering innovation, incorporating innovation, and making it almost like a pillar in terms of the approach that you adopt?
Over time, Prabhat, and thank you for being generous with your words in the beginning. Over time, we've realized that innovation is not about great ideas, it's about great problems. And we have plenty of them. But we need to relate to those problems otherwise we really work in a manner which doesn't end up solving the problem, but create more jargons, literally. So one of the things that we do to understand the problem is consciously evolve this test, learn, and scale approach in everything that we try to do. Whether it is creating a new street, a new water system, a new program in a neighborhood, you need to have this approach where you go find out what problems are, have a detailed observation of what you're looking at, and then create a test idea, test some ideas, look at what works, and then take up. The second thing is about throwing challenges to the innovator ecosystem in the country, which is where we have a platform called SIX, and I should have mentioned that or should have included that in my presentation. We have a platform called the City Innovation Exchange, where on one side, cities are invited to profile themselves and throw out challenge statements for the ecosystem. On the other side, we have startups and innovators, and it could be anyone. It could be a journalist solving a water problem. That's fine with us. So on the other side, people like them register as innovators and look at challenges, either respond to those challenges or post their new ideas on the platform. And this is a bridge platform, which is something like a coffee shop where city officers and innovators can meet. Discovery happens, and then subsequently maybe solutions will develop. And there we have what we call the smart procure methodology. So if cities feel that an idea is worth exploring, we have built in a mechanism that they can fund to a certain extent ideation by a startup in the city. Then post the ideation, if they feel that there's something worth it, there is to a limit, they can actually pilot it immediately. And then post such a innovation being piloted in 2 or 3 cities, it becomes open for direct procurement. And this is a smart procure guidelines have come out only 2 months back. They actually have taken on from one of the exceptions that the GFR, the General Financial Rules of the Government of India allow, and we've extended that to include direct procurement for startups. And then even if it is a big project, let's say 100 crore project, we are giving the right of first refusal to a startup who shares the first idea. Now, these are big leaps in evolution in procurement, and we are seeing the traction is slow. It's only been 2 months, but the idea is to engage more with the industry and startup fraternity, which we have started to do with the Atal Innovation Mission, Agni program under the Principal Scientific Advisor of the country, and others. We are interacting with them to see that we can evangelize this to more and more startups. And by the way, it's not only for startups. Innovation doesn't mean startups. One of the things that we tell our team is innovation is not equal to startups. Innovation is equal to anyone who has a new way of solving problems. Solving problem is important, not a new way. So if you don't solve problems, so we're looking at 6 as one of the solutions. Then in all our programs, we have a lot of engagement with citizens. We don't count that as an innovation practice as such, but I think that is one fundamental thing which we try to do in all our programs, to see that the right problems are diagnosed, the right issues are taken up. Therefore, that itself is innovative, and it gets us to really good solutions. So these are some of the things that we are doing. Yeah.
Thank you.
But I could talk at a different level altogether. You need innovations to change climate crisis. You need innovations for improving mobility in our cities and water. And there's so many areas in which you need innovation. And by a virtuous cycle of interaction between the industry and the cities, all those innovations will start to get crowdsourced in. And we are seeing already we have drone-based solutions deployed in our smart cities. We have blockchain-based solutions being looked at in our smart cities. We have artificial intelligence-based solutions being looked at. And there are non-digital solutions also. I'll give you a very crude example. When COVID struck, one of the cities in the south actually has started, lemon-based sanitizers. So I mean, this is just a very crude example, but to give you this test learn scale approach can go anywhere. Yeah.
Right. Two quick questions which have come on the chat. One of them is around maintenance. With so many projects being launched, is maintenance kind of built into taking care of that facility or that service going forward? And the second allied question is, does every project which is taken up have a clear end date for commissioning? And I may just add, how well are these being adhered to?
Both have an answer which is yes. 3 to 5 years of maintenance is taken care of, but beyond that, the city has to take care of it. Method has to evolve, and that is something that we try our best, because it's a system in which cities and states are also involved. We see to it but 2 to 5 years of maintenance are built into projects. Whether timelines are met, yes and no. Some meet, some don't meet. Last 2 years, we've shuddered to talk about timelines because of the kind of vagaries we have. But the best part is that everything is coming together. I think the dialogue between us has been so strong that we actually saw a sharp recovery in the pace of projects. In fact, we hardly got affected post September, and the third wave really didn't impact our projects that much. So we hope we'll be able to keep timelines, but maybe 20-25% of cities may go slightly here and there, but otherwise we are on track.
Thank you. Mahendraji, just doing a quick time check.
Yes, I think we can just have one more question, because having Mr. Kunal Kumar, and if I may have that privilege to ask, may I, sir?
Yes, why not?
Yeah. So, sir, has there been any scientific impact assessment study, because it has been since 2015 around the smart city mission, and if yes, how has it been mapped to the 17 SDGs, which is now, decade of action everyone is talking about?
चौहान साहब, लास्ट क्वेश्चन इतना लोडेड पूछेंगे ना, तो उसका आंसर देने में 1 घंटा लग जाएगा. फिर भी मैं छोटे में बताता हूँ. साइंटिफिक स्टडी अगर करेंगे तो यहाँ साइंटिस्ट तो आके हार्ट अटैक हो जाएगा उसको. वी आर नॉट प्यूरिस्ट्स. वी फाइंड आउट वेज टू डू थिंग्स. ऐसे नहीं होगा तो ऐसे करो, ऐसे नहीं होगा तो ऐसे करो. So we have no scientific study, but we have a very thorough midterm evaluation which has been done by NITI, and that evaluation has been completed 6 months back, and it went into all aspects of governance, project execution, technology, and everything. So we are making a lot of course corrections with what we got due to that midterm evaluation. The other part of your question was SDGs. So we have an eye on SDGs. We continuously monitor the outcomes that are coming out of our projects. Our dashboards don't only have project timelines, but the outcomes that are achieved. We don't only measure how many schools we created, but we measure how many hours of learning we created, what kind of learning outcomes we created. All that is there in our dashboards. We also link them to the 17 SDGs, And sometime if you have a meeting of this kind a month from now, I wouldn't like to trouble you in just within a month anymore, but we can demonstrate, the power of our platforms in monitoring each of these aspects.
So kind of you. So what you आपने शुरुआत में जो कहा sir, that is called staying nimble on your feet. And in India, we don't need to be street smart; we need to be gully smart. So I like that approach.
Mahendra, if I may take the liberty of asking the last question on behalf of Ruchi, whom Kunal knows, she wants to know whether the city GDP is a novel concept or has it been adopted elsewhere in the world? And in very brief, what kind of a methodology is likely to be used?
Well, city GDP is there in many parts of the world. If you ask a city of Washington or maybe New York or maybe Sydney or Madrid, they will be able to tell you what is it's not gross domestic product. Typically, we call it GDP because we all know GDP, but it's gross value add. What is the city adding as economic value to the overall value of the country? And it also will give you sort of granular insights. For example, if you look at Pune's insights, what value add is happening in IT, what value add is happening in construction, what value add is happening in health and education. And over temporal trends, you understand where your economy is moving. So it will start to define what kind of policies may be best suited for your city, what kind of infrastructure and what kind of investment should happen in your city, so that you're able to create more jobs, you're able to sustain those jobs, you're able to get more talent and investment into the city. So all those are spin-offs of doing such an exercise. We never did it in our country. In fact, some of our states also don't regularly do state GDPs. I think Maharashtra does it, and some other states. I don't think states like Odisha, from what I remember, last they came out with a GDP number was in 2017, and then they will come out in 2021. It's very random. But the country, all of us know, country comes out with its GDP numbers and all. So it creates a healthy competition. I'll give you another way in which ULBs will benefit from this. Let's say Pune's GDP comes out per capita as 1,50,000. I think Pune's will be close to 3 lakhs, let's say. And let's say there is a Raipur kind of city which has 2 lakh per capita. So the cities could have a debate that if you have a property tax of 30,000 per property in Pune, it should at least be to 20,000 in Raipur. So they start to look at different ways of comparing their own tax structures, their own interventions, and that creates peer-to-peer learning, that creates competition, and that also directionality of where your city is moving towards in economic terms. If you're doing lighthouses, if you're training people, you should know which areas will come up in the future in the city, so you train more people for that area. If you know Pune is going to become a hub of solar power generation, of course you would like to train more youth in that area, because then you know that they will get employed. So that's the kind of work that city GDP will promote.
So with that, I think I'd like to, like every good thing has to come to an end, I'd like to, with your permission, sir, conclude this session. And I know that Mumbai is not a part of the Smart City mission, but there are 6 cities from Maharashtra, and we have reasonably good stake in the stakeholder, SCM. So Indian Merchants Chamber has a focus on Maharashtra state, other than the Mumbai city. So we will continue to work closely with you and stake our claim on your time at different points in time, sir.
It will be my pleasure, Chauhan sir. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'd like to, can I ask everyone to have a round of applause for Mr. Kumar for such a fantastic discourse. Thank you, sir. Once again, I look forward to be in touch with you.
Thank you. My pleasure. Thank you all. Bye.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Selvi, can you confirm Ajay Suri has come in? Oh, yes, I can see him. Suri sir, good afternoon, and sorry we overran our previous session a little bit, but let me take this opportunity to sort of welcome you to this Indian Merchants Chambers Ease of Living Conference. And I must thank you for listening to our invitation to be a part of this with us. I have with me Ms. Ruchi Mathur, who is the CEO of Lighthouse Community Foundation, which is also partnering this conference with us. And she has done a lot of work on public-private partnerships. The theme of our fireside is Chet, is linkage between, particularly this one, is linkage between urbanization, economic development, and ease of living. Let me first start, Missouri, with the first question. The climate risk, as you know, is the biggest risk confronting the world. Environment, quality, air directly impacts ease of the living. The Indian Prime Minister has made an announcement that COP26, at COP26, that India will achieve net zero by 2070, but 2070 is very far away. But I believe climate centers for cities, CQ as you call them, have been established by National Institute of Urban Affairs to create synergy across climate actions which are being undertaken in Indian cities by various shareholders. Can you share some major highlights of this climate assessment completed by your institute, sir, in some major cities? Missouri, you're on mute. Can you unmute yourself, Selvi? Can you unmute Mr. Suri?
So
we can't hear you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Now.
Well, thanks very much for the invite to the chat. You asked me for the major highlights of the climate assessment done by NIUA, the CCube Center, in some of the major cities. Well, very precisely, let me present the headlines of the Climate Smart Cities Assessment Framework Program, which is being implemented by NIUA. To start with, it's important to understand the why and how of the climate assessment. Our vision is assessment will help build climate action in cities, whereby climate ability and climate considerations are included in all urban projects, and that cities will mainstream climate action through improved collaborations with stakeholders, improved planning, infrastructure resilience, and monitoring of the impacts. NIUA launched the Climate Smart Cities Assessment Framework, or CSCAF, in September 2020, and by March 2021, completed the assessment in 126 cities, including covered under Smart Cities Mission, Amrut, as well as other cities. Now coming to the how, the assessment is based on a framework which includes 5 criteria. 1, urban planning, green cover and biodiversity. 2, energy and green buildings. 3, mobility and air quality. 4, waste management, and 5, water management. All of us will agree that these are the factors which largely contribute to the climate change. A set of indicators were adopted to assess each of the 5 pillars of the assessment. The framework and the 28 indicators were developed through a consultation with the cities and were aligned to those used for the Swachh Sarvekshan and Ease of Living Index. This largely helped us to converge our database development efforts. The key highlight of the effort was the establishment of Climate Alliance Partnership, which Mr. Kunal Kumar had referred to in his presentation. And as we would have observed, this alliance includes multilaterals, bilaterals, national institutions working with city issues relating to urban infrastructure, climate change and spatial planning, as well as planning schools, among others. The cities were supported in the assessment by the alliance partners. In addition, the city nodal officers had direct access to the state and national agencies for data collection ease. And lastly, there was a regular interaction between cities and the dedicated thematic efforts. The message I'm conveying is that it was a very rigorous process of assessing the climate issues in 26 cities. Based on the assessment using this framework and the indicators, a score was assigned to each city. And the assessment, using the assessment, the cities were classified into 5 categories, which are: first, climate champion, where cities are able to showcase implementation, actions, and impacts. That's level 1. Second is what we call the climate leaders, where cities have allocated budgets and have started implementing climate actions. The third category was climate trendsetters, where committees and plans are in place and project proposals have been initiated. The fourth category was climate explorers, where cities have started collecting data, formed committees, and or hired technical agencies to start planning climate action projects. And the last category was the climate warriors, where cities have neither started thinking about climate change nor are in the process of thinking about it. The assessment results were very encouraging, and the assessment had shown that all cities have at least initiated some action. There were no cities at level 5. Out of the 126 participating cities, 31 are level 1, 64 in level 2, 52 are in level 3, 9 in level 4, and none in level 5. How does this climate smart cities assessment help us? It helps us to chart the way forward. Think of ways in which to empower the cities to address the challenges of climate change. And firstly, it helped us to identify the need to prepare city-wise action plans with short-term, medium-term, and long-term targets. Second, create an information repository and provide capacity building on all indicators for cities and partner institutions. Third, support climate action by compiling terms of reference, detailed project reports, and good practices. Fourthly, link cities with funding agencies, including both national and international financial institutions, to implement climate actions. Fifth, facilitate peer-to-peer learning across cities and experience sharing through masterclass. And lastly, support scaling up of interventions by including climate actions within state and national level missions, programs, and projects. These are the key highlights of the climate assessment that did in 126 cities.
Thank you, Mr. Suri. That was very, very comprehensive. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you, I introduced Mr. Suri right in the beginning of our conference, but for those of you who have come a little late, Mr. Suri is the Senior Advisor, Inclusive Development, National Institute of Urban Affairs. And I think any development which is not inclusive cannot be called even development. So your footprints, Mr. Suri, are great. And thank you for your first deliberation. Let me hand it over to Ruchi now for the further question moderation. Ruchi.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chauhan. Lovely to meet you, Ajay. I've had the pleasure of meeting Hitesh and Arvind and Purva. Haven't yet had the pleasure of meeting you. I wanted to ask you about the pillar of economic ability. You know, so far in the conversation, we have heard quite a bit about livability and of course you spoke right now about sustainability. And I'm particularly interested in this area because, you know, at Lighthouse Communities, we run a program called the Lighthouses, and they're essentially about skilling and livelihoods. And in the city of Pune right now, there are several, around 11, 12 lighthouses impacted, 10,000 youth, 7,500 have jobs. So I am very keen to understand about, you know, case stories or examples of success or innovative examples of economic ability. And in particular, since, you know, you happen to be managing inclusive development, you know, in particular, if there are any in the area of inclusive growth.
Thanks for the question, Ruchi. Well, let me provide an overview as to how NIUA is contributing to strengthen the economic ability or economic activity of the cities. Let me start by stating very, very clearly that NIUA works in the urban sector and supports cities on urban issues. And as you know, the cities generally do not have the mandate to promote local economic development. It's generally a state subject. Having said this, it does not mean that cities and NIUA do not influence the economic ability of the cities. How do we do that? That's something very interesting. We endorse the hypothesis, which is even being debated globally, including the World Economic Forum. And the hypothesis is that equitable access to public goods and services is a necessary, though not a the only condition for broad-based local economic development. The public goods and services generally would include, and this is from the local or the city perspective, it would include urban services such as wash, public transport, social facilities such as health and education, public spaces, and social protection schemes. The productivity impacts of each of the public goods and services is well established. I don't need to argue on that. WASH, for example, has direct health, productivity, and income impacts, while access of the informal sector entrepreneurs to public spaces has direct income outcomes. Also, the cities can improve their economic ability through spatial planning interventions, such as land use zoning, assigning appropriate commercial industrial areas or zones, whereby it enhances the access of the workers to such areas, and its linkage to the transport nodes goes along raising the economic ability of the cities. In a nutshell, NIUA does not work on economic development issues, but helps cities to create conditions which are conducive for promoting economic development. NIUA supports cities for planning delivery of services such as water supply, sanitation, waste management, mobility, among others, and also in the preparation of development plans such as statutory master plans, as in the case of, and city development strategies. We also support cities to adopt innovative mechanisms like transit-oriented development, land value capture, which go a long way to promote efficient cities linked to the economic ability of the cities as well. You had mentioned about your program related to the youth. Interestingly, we are also working on a youth future program, whereby the whole idea is to inform the youth about the larger policy landscape within the country, which promotes or facilitates the youth livelihood issues. We are the knowledge exchange partners for a consortium, and the program currently is running parallelly in Mumbai and in Rio in Brazil. And this whole thing is anchored by the British Academy and the University of Edinburgh.
That's wonderful to know. I would definitely like to find out more about it. In fact, Mr. Prabhat was talking just earlier about the need to create awareness of policies and schemes that are there, from the government for youth. Also very good to hear about the commitment to equitable growth. I want to ask you next about public-private partnerships. Personally, I'm very passionate about PPP models, and huge thanks, of course, to Kunal Kumar, because he was the commissioner at Pune when we started, at that time, Pune City Connect. Now we are called Lighthouse Communities Foundation, but it's a very strong public-private partnership where the government actually provides locations, capital expenditure, renovation. So they really put their money where their mouth is as well. And the private sector comes in with support to OPEX. So in that sense, joined at the hip. And of course, we're also fortunate to have a partnership with NIUA. So I'm very keen to understand the approach to public-private partnerships. Earlier, when Kunal Kumar was speaking, he mentioned that 20% of the 200,000 crores funding that has gone into the project has been through PPP. So obviously, it's a huge focus area. So can you tell us more about that? And again, if there are any particular examples you would like to highlight, that would be very helpful.
Oh, thanks, Ruchi. I think globally, the PPP experience is a mixed bag. Cities look at infrastructure at large, which are the big ticket items. The big ticket items are the highways, the toll roads, and the airports. India has seen massive private sector participation in the highway projects, not as contractors, but as partners. And also, there has been the wave of privatization of airports as well. Nothing against it, but the whole mechanism of tendering, the private sector puts in bids, which shows huge volume of business, whether it's in terms of traffic flows or in terms of passenger footfall at airports. But globally, I mean, I was surprised when I was in discussion with partners in Seoul, even they highlighted the issue that within no time, the private sector partners say, well, the volume has been less than what was projected, but and ask for bailouts. And it's not only Seoul, it's in major, you find this experience in major countries, including India. But as I said, it's a mixed bag. Our experience in cities has been much better than at the national level, whereby we are talking about larger infrastructure projects. We have also been focusing on the ease of living. This was highlighted even by the FM in our latest budget speech, speech highlighting the need for promoting ease of living in cities. And when we talk about ease of living in cities, we are largely talking about access to affordable housing, though all housing needs to be affordable. But when we say affordable housing, generally we are talking about the low market segments. Ease of access to urban services, social facilities, and public transport. Under PMAY, there are so many examples whereby private real estate players have been involved under the greenfield development vertical of PMAY. They have across states in the country, you find the private sector coming in, constructing low-priced housing, low-cost housing. Also, all of us are aware about the reverse migration phenomena that we witnessed during the time. And it was, the analysis had shown it was the economic and housing vulnerability of the migrant labor which had pushed them to move back to the city during the lockdown periods. And once the government added the fifth word, which is called the affordable rental housing. And a clear role has been demarcated for the private sector to not only develop greenfield affordable rental housing complexes, but also to renovate and manage the vacant vacant housing complexes which were constructed under the Rajiv Awas Yojana and the basic services for urban poor under the JNNURM. So the private sector is very active in the housing sector as far as the low-cost housing is concerned. And they are also bringing in a number of innovations in the use of building materials, innovations in construction technology, which goes a long way in improving the affordability of the low-income people to housing. There are many examples in urban service delivery as well. The urban services have been unbundled, and let's say in the power sector, the distribution function has been assigned to the private sector. Waste management, again, the collection and disposal functions or components have been assigned to the private sector, and these are success stories. Under waste management, it has really helped to increase the net waste collection and disposal rate. I would say we haven't really been involved in the PPP, case study development or partnered or supported cities to develop PPP strategies. But yes, we documented the PPP practices which are sector specific under the sector specific compendiums as well. I hope I answered your question, Ruchi.
You're on mute, Ruchi. Ruchi, you're on mute.
Yes, I was asking to be unmuted. So yes, absolutely, Ajay, that was very useful to know and very informative to understand which are the particular areas in which PPPs are being sought. I don't know how we are doing for time, Mr. Chauhan, and if we have time for one more question, or would you like?
Yes, yes, of course. Go ahead.
Okay, so one of the things that I was quite fascinated by when I was reading about the economic ability was this Gini coefficient. And so I really wanted to understand what the coefficient is measuring, and is this index one which has moved upwards during the this in the recent past, and if so, then what are the factors that have made it move, and in which cities has it moved?
Well, very
So,
frankly,
Mr. Singh,
yeah.
This Gini coefficient will be like a master class for us on economics,
Yeah, exactly.
But
and
अगर
I'm
आप
not a trained trainer.
गागर में सागर भर देंगे तो रहेगा.
Well, very frankly, Ruchi, I mean, all of us know Gini coefficient helps us to measure the level of inequity in a city, and basically involves looking at the decile distribution of income in a city. Decile 1 is the lowest income, decile 10 is the highest income level, and how the income is spread across uh, these 10 income deciles. And through regressions, we create a number which is called the Gini coefficient. And this number ranges between 0 and 1. 1 would be the most equitable city, which says that everyone has the same level of income, and 0 would be, or a 0.1 would be the one where the income distribution is highly skewed. As we know, and as Mr. Kunal Kumar also mentioned about the efforts to develop the city product estimates, all of us know we have a very weak database on economic issues at the city level. The figures that we see, yes, at the national level, we would get a Gini coefficient indicator or an estimate, and we would be able to do the intertemporal analysis as well, whether the equity level is increasing or falling. But at the city level, yes, we do come across Gini coefficient results being flashed, but these are one-off kind of efforts whereby surveys are done on a sample basis to develop the Gini coefficient. Generally, these are academic exercises or done as a part of academic research undertaken by the multilaterals. Having spent a number of years with the multilaterals as well, I was a part of similar efforts of developing Gini coefficient in cities of Bangalore, Pune, Jaipur, and one more. And what we did was we did a sample survey whereby, and the sample was selected in a very scientific way, whereby the chief minister and a sanitary worker would have the same probability of being in the sample. And we had developed, we had developed indicators on income as well. Generally, and it was a watered down version of the living standard measurement survey of the World Bank. And this generally takes 4 hours to conduct. We did not ask questions on the income levels, but we looked at the expenditure data and the saving data to develop the income level of the respondents. But as I said, these are one-off kind of practices, one-off kind of efforts, and it's very hard to look at the intertemporal trends, whether efficiency, whether equity is increasing or declining. I would leave it to the national level statisticians to provide more information.
So I think, yes, concluding.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say thank you for, I mean, it's not just a stab at it. You've actually explained it fairly well. And my 2 personal takeaways from the 2 sessions so far with respect to measuring the impact of livelihood programs such as the Lighthouse or others. One is about the city GDP and therefore the per capita income. And second is when we come to a stage where we're able to accurately measure the Gini coefficient and to actually look at changes in that. So, but thank you so much for sharing all the information, the updates and the examples. Over to you, Mr. Chauhan.
Yeah, so Mr. Ajay Suri, I must tell you that I'm glad that the last question we talked about, because inequalities after the climate change is the biggest risk and the problem that the whole world is facing. And now it has reached to, the whole capitalism is beginning to rethink about capitalism. And it has reached the boardrooms, as I sit on a couple of boards, and it has become a part of conversations amongst the CEOs and the board, that inequalities we have to do something about and something very quickly. So I think from Indian Merchants Chamber, I'm again speaking on their behalf. In future, we might like to reconnect with you and see if we can have a small project of conducting Gini coefficient within the state of Maharashtra, few cities, or pan-India, few smaller towns, whatever, because it's important. Whatever gets measured gets done. So with that, I want to thank you very much for your detailed response to almost every question that we put forth. And we would like to be in touch with you. Can we have a round of applause for Mr. Ajay Suri?
Thank you very much. I completely agree with your concluding remark. Inequality is increasing because of climate change. It's well documented, well researched that climate change impacts are the maximum on the poor. I mean, we have ample examples where you migration as a result of climate change. People lose livelihoods because of the climate change and are forced to migrate. Thanks for flagging this opportunity of working together on Gini coefficient in identified cities. We look forward to that. And thanks once again for the invite to this chat. It was a complete pleasure for me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good day, sir. So I see Viraj Tyagi here already. Hi, Viraj. Welcome. I also see Prabhat Pani and Malini Thirani who moderate this session. So over to you, Selvi. I just wanted to check if there is anything else. Otherwise, we can straight get into the session because we are already running behind the time. So I just wanted to place on record that we reached out to to Viraj through Prabhat at a very, very short notice. And I want to publicly, thank you, Viraj, for accepting our invitation so impromptu.
My pleasure.
So with that, over to you, Prabhat.
Thank you, Mahendra. It's my great privilege to introduce my friend Viraj Tyagi, and I completely echo what Mahendra said earlier. Thank you for joining us at such short notice. A quick round of a quick bit of introduction of Viraj. He's the CEO of eGov Foundation, a philanthropic mission dedicated to improving the ease of living in India. Viraj believes that digital transformation is not as much about digitizing and automation as it is about humans, improving the quality of life, removing barriers, and creating trust between various actors. Prior to joining the impact sector, Viraj was an entrepreneur and corporate leader with wide-ranging experience in building large businesses in Europe and India. And now, Malini and I would like to invite Viraj to make his opening comments. Viraj, I'd like you to commence with sharing with us what does eGov Foundation do and what is the Digit platform? And how does the Digit platform help cities and municipal bodies perform better? Over to you, Viraj.
Thank you, Prabhat. And it's a pleasure to be here and good to meet everybody. Thank you for inviting me. I could not resist at the last minute when I saw the kind of title of the conference, Ease of Living, because I think our mission actually officially says, we are a philanthropic mission to enable ease of living at scale and with inclusivity by using the power of technology and ecosystem. So it's a pleasure to be here. Very briefly about eGov Foundation. We are a 19-year-old foundation started in 2003. And we've been at it, we've gone through 3 or 5 or 6 pivots so far. And Prabhat has been, as a part of Tata Trust, been an integral part of it. I think at a very basic level, we are invested in making sure the benefits of, digital technology are experienced by the citizens as what I call inclusive, transparent, and easy to access services. There's no reason, what we have seen in banking or what we've seen in other sectors should not be available to citizens. That is one part. Second part is the whole capacity of the system to act and service citizens, right? because you cannot just create demand. So we believe very strongly, working with what we call Samaj, Sarkar and Bazaar, which is working with the government, the communities, and the markets to actually create conditions for what is called PPP or participation, for them to work together to build the capacity of the system to deliver those transparent, easy to use, accessible services, which means from a frontline employee in an urban local body to a commissioner to a Kunal Kumar, who is a smart city mission director, they increase their capacities to use the either data or the tools which are there. So if it's a both supply and demand side in a traditional sense, you guys are all, from the private sector, you'll understand it, that unless you increase the capacity of the supply side, you cannot really deliver good services. So that's that's what we're about. And scale is very important. I'm going to talk about that a bit. Typically in a market sense, we understand scale as number of transactions and build revenue and stuff like that. For us, scale means, and we use the term population scale, which means that the last person in the smallest urban local body should have the same level of service that somebody living in Kolaba has. That's what scale means, that it should not, all these, ease of living, municipal index, digital services should not just be about top 100, top 500 cities. India has 4,500 towns and cities. They should have the same level of, tools, technology, and, services available, which are available to bigger cities. So that's very important to us, unless we feel, we have heard, and that was our mission till about 1 year ago, that we wanted to be in 2,000 cities by 2020. And we achieved it. But I think that's a very important dimension for us, that it's just not about building a very funky software and it works in 3 cities. That's not acceptable. And the other thing is federated. Whatever we do, you can do it at a ward level, you can do it at a ULB level, you can do it at district level, you can do it at a state level, or you can do it at national level. So it's basically, you can federate based on the kind of system that you're running. So in addition to technology, there are 2 things we do, that helps us kind of move things. One is we do a lot of work with the market actors to ensure that people in the market participate in PPP way with the government, building solutions and deploying the Digit platform. So it's open source, free to use. We are a philanthropy. We don't make any revenue. We have, people like Tata Trust who are, believing in us and giving us grants to build this kind of infrastructure. So that is one. Second is we also do a lot of work with the government at various levels to create enabling policies. Because sometimes I think those are also important, because unless they're enabling policy, you cannot do things at scale. And a great example of that work is the collaboration we had with NIUA and Smart City Mission over the last 4 years, where we build a digital blueprint for urban use of technology in urban. And that finally led to the creation of National Urban Digital Mission last year. And now our platform Digit is actually been adopted by NIUA as a national platform. So this is what eGov does, and the platform is one part of it. Digit is basically open source platform which has both building blocks and applications. So from in a city, paying your taxes, applying for your water connection, building plan approval, trade license, complaints, municipal accounting, workflow. We have 35, 40 applications. But the important thing is it is built so that other people can build on top of it. I was in Punjab 3 weeks ago, and I went to this small town called Khatarpur, because we saw in our data, they have the highest number of online transactions in Punjab, more than Ludhiana, Amritsar. It turns out they have adopted the platform to be used by the internet cafes to collect taxes. So I think you need to give, unless you can solve problems locally. So that's the flexibility you have when you use a platform. I'll pause here and we can take more questions.
So Viraj, this is Malini here. Thanks very much, and been reading up about eGov and the fantastic work that you've been doing. So quite a few questions jump to mind. So I'm so hope you'll indulge me a couple of questions. The first is that you've been working with quite a few states. So which are the states that you've already started working with? And a corollary to that is that are you working in Maharashtra, and what are your thoughts on working in big cities like say Mumbai and Pune, where there's huge population and the need for these services is already there and well established?
So we actively, Uttarakhand, Punjab, West Bengal, Andhra Pradesh, we were very almost 7-year-old implementation running there in Andhra Pradesh. Haryana, we've just started work. Northeast states, we've been working with them. Those are the states we are actively engaged with. And then now with this National Urban Digital Mission, the NIUA team is engaging with more and more states.
Right.
Kind of onboarding them.
Great.
Maharashtra, unfortunately, we have done work in Nagpur long ago.
I see.
But I think we haven't done any work with Maharashtra for last 5-6 years.
I see.
Kind of, because we don't participate in RFPs ourselves, but basically our partners participate.
Right.
We support our partners to kind of, deliver.
Right. And I was just, you were talking about, the technology and the digital platform. So how does it work? So for example, I live in Pune, and the Pune Municipal Corporation also offers a lot of services through a digital platform. So how do you propose to blend the two? Or, so as you said, you have a platform on which others can mount, so their own programs. So how would you blend the two together?
That's a very good question. And I think one of the things we believe in is there's no point replacing systems. You have to integrate. And that's why when you have an open source platform, it becomes much more easier because the standards are defined, APIs are defined.
Right.
You can actually link systems quite easily.
Right.
Whereas if you do a point-to-point connection, let's say the property tax system of Pune has to talk to the water system of Pune.
Right.
It was very hard because these are, monolithic systems which are difficult to connect them.
Right.
So there are two approaches to this. One is you can integrate at a data level. Because a lot of times the issue in the cities is the siloed data. As a commissioner,
right,
you can work out a house I'm giving water connection to, or have they paid their property tax or not, right? Or you have to physically check it, right? Or you want to get a view of employment in the city through number of trade license and everything, you don't have the data. So I think one is you can integrate it at a data level. Other is, so the way the platform works is the core kernel of it is essentially a workflow and a data exchange.
Right.
Applications can easily be integrated on top of it. In fact, Punjab is doing that right now. A lot of applications they're integrating with digits so that it's all the data kind of is readable across various kind of services that the consumers are consuming. And we do a lot of we have almost like 1,100 documents on how-tos, because it's very important people to, if you do things at scale, it cannot be dependent on us.
Right.
There are a lot of, if you go to a digit website, there are a lot of things. If you want to set it up, you want to integrate, you need to integrate a payment banks into the system. How do you do that? Right. So we do a lot of, enablement of the ecosystem to kind of, for them to make it easy to integrate. Right.
That's fantastic. So even like you said, smaller towns and cities can also, sort of engage using the backbone of the platforms that you have created. Excellent.
Viraj, you mentioned about 7 or 8 states where you've had the experience of working. If you were to pick up any one state as the one which is where the digit platform has actually worked well, both in the sense of multiple services, acceptance by the citizens, active participation, which one would that be, and why would you rate it that way?
I think I would say Punjab and Ministry of Defense. We did Ministry of Defense yesterday. The Raksha Mantri, Mr. Rajnath Singh, was there on the 1-year celebration of, each Hamni, that program is called, which is using digit. And what they've done in 1 year is really remarkable. So I think both of them have been a really great kind of implementations in their own way. Punjab, I think what was very impressive was how they were able to, it's a great story, and someday you should have Ajay Sharma to explain it, who's the CEO of PMIDC, Punjab Municipal Infrastructure Development Board. Essentially, they were going to do an RFP in a classical way of getting a COTS product or something, which was going to cost them 200 crore plus. And they got talking to us, Ajay himself evaluated our platform and everything. And finally, we signed a non-commercial MOU. And within 90 days, we had 100 urban local bodies up and running.
Wonderful.
Typically, these are multi-year programs, which kind of go on and on and on. And in the first 3 years, they only spent 7 crore rupees.
Wow.
Because they built their own capacity, we trained them, we enabled them. Even now, they have a 30-member team in government, which is managing the platform. So that's a great story of what I call speed at scale.
That's a nice term.
And there was something about integrating it with WhatsApp and all that, right?
That's right. So then it became an innovation ground for us. We thought, why would people have to download an app? Why should we make it really easy? That's the advantage of platform. You can give the same experience in multiple channels. And then 1.5 years ago, we started working on a WhatsApp chatbot. It's called M-Seva chatbot, where you can say, you just say hi, you say, this is my phone number. It'll list your properties. They say, I want to pay property tax. This is your property tax. You can pay through that. You can raise a complaint. You can pay your water bill. You can apply for things. And I think because they had the, capacity in the state to absorb these things. So it's a great example of state building their own capacity and doing such wonderful things. Actually, they won last month, they won the National E-Governance Award, National Award for E-Governance for this program. So this is a great story of partnership and how technology can actually bolster state capacity.
Absolutely. But which also begs the question, sorry, Malini, I'll just quickly finish that. This also begs the question that if there was a state government entity which was kind of anticipating to spend 200 crores and an extended period of time for the implementation, and finally, if the whole thing was kind of wrapped up within 3 odd months for a spend of 7 crores, I think this cannot be repeated only in a forum like this. This is something which should be tom-tommed and talked about, that there are entities and technologies and people who can bring about both scale and speed and cost reduction in such dramatic fashion.
Absolutely. I think I completely agree with that. I think we don't do a good enough job of.
No, and I think the user too doesn't do it, which is rather unfortunate.
Correct. Yeah, I think I'll just add to that maybe, and there's Mahindra Bhai, over here as well. Maybe this is something that the IMC could take forward as an initiative that we should encourage, at least, introduce, this whole concept and eGov to, the Maharashtra state government in whichever cities they can find linkages. I think it would be really useful for our citizens across the state.
I would love to do that, I think.
Yeah. And you're muted, Mahindra Bhai, you're muted.
Yeah, so Malini, you're right. We have the president of IMC, Mr. Juzar Khorakiwala, on with us. Juzar, are you listening to us? The objective of this conference is to, collate all these new ideas, the new suggestions that we are getting.
Correct.
At the end of it, we will come out with a white paper and also a list of suggestions, and we put it at the managing committee and the board of Indian Merchants Chamber and see how many of them can be taken forward, and how. So thank you for suggesting. In previous sessions also we had that. And Ms. Sivanandan, good afternoon to you. We are running a bit late, my apologies. So please bear with us for a while. Carry on, Prabhat.
Yeah, sure. I'm just picking up a question from the audience, Viraj. Clearly, even in your introduction, we mentioned saying that it's not only technology, it's many other pieces. But if one were to look at specifically the ease of living and municipal governance, then what are some of the other critical parameters along with technology, which you think can actually help raise standards of ease of living in urban India?
Well, I think as I keep joking, you cannot deliver water over internet. So I think ultimately, I think the service delivery has to be physical. There is a very strong, having enough water, having enough electricity. It's great that you can do it online, but ultimately you need to have those basics in place. I think in the context of the work we do, we find that there are two things which are very important. One is the orientation on service delivery of the state or the city, because I think sometimes we forget. In fact, I was going through the MPI report and the EOI report. I did not find service delivery as a as a parameter that how easy it is for you to access your gum. I mean, people are struggling. They have to travel 20 kilometers to go in office and get something done, right? So I think that whole idea of having accessible, transparent, and easy to use service is very important. I mean, specifically, what we have found is things like Andhra has done a fabulous job of doorstep delivery. So they run this program where they have almost 40,000 volunteers, and every ward has 5 or 6 volunteers which get an honorarium, and they go door to door people who cannot visit offices or they're not online. Fact is that, and I keep saying, digital delivery doesn't mean digital channels. Digital delivery means it is trustworthy, it is irrefutable, and it is transparent. But you can do it on the ULB window, or somebody can come to your house and say, sir, this is your property tax due, you have raised a complaint, it's been solved, right? So I think giving people access is very important. Not assume that everybody is living in Bangalore or Bombay and they all have mobile phones. So that's important. Yeah. Second thing is, I think speed. Let's say building plan approval. It's a process which is fraught with non-transparency, and people are trying to build a house, they don't get a permission. In KOI code, by using a what we call a EDCR, which is open source, where you don't have to apply any manual intervention, you kind of submit your kind of drawing, and it automatically evaluates it against the rules and tells you it's approved or why it's not approved. The average time to approve an application went from 107 days to 7 days.
That's really impressive.
Yeah. I mean, so that's the kind of thing. Things like having a what I call charter for citizens. These are the kind of things we do in a non-tech way. We work with a lot of states to say, please issue a charter. Tell them how long it's going to take. They're happy to wait, but tell them now how long it's going to take.
Correct.
I think this whole thing on, giving them a good experience so that they participate more. That's how engagement goes up. Otherwise, people just say, I don't want to deal if this is too hard for me.
Correct. So Prabhat, if you permit, Viraj, I had a couple of questions jumping to mind immediately, which is, you mentioned very importantly that, apart from the technology, you also need to be able to communicate, the access points that are available already to citizens. What comes to mind is one, of course, sort of mobile apps and sort of ease of access to all that. But there are a lot of senior citizens, for example, who either don't have access or do not understand really how to, how to access this, this technology for their use. So what could we do about that? And the second question that comes to mind, and Mr. Shivanandan is there, security in terms of, sort of the incidence of fraud that is taking place these days also. So how do we tackle those two questions and those two issues?
So I think the first, my short answer is you have to give multiple channels, and that the paradigm has to be channel of choice, not channel we think is right for a citizen.
Correct.
I think, for example, Uttarakhand does a very good job of running camps. During the peak property tax payment season, they'll actually put camps in all the localities. The corporators put the camps and people can come and pay there. Andhra Pradesh does doorstep delivery. They have these volunteers. Punjab does a very good job of having all these correspondents, Airtel Bank or a internet cafe, which basically can collect on their behalf. So job of the platform is to enable multiple channels to plug in. The same trusted and transparent manner. So I think channels are very important, and being respectful to where people are and go and meet them there, rather than saying, you come where I am and use this funky, channel or something. And on the whole thing about, security, this is something which is very, very critical, because I think, and that's where the design of the platform is very important. I think, we have spent a lot of time both on security and privacy. Because typically a lot of data gets collected in various forms and everything.
Right.
So we have tried to make it completely minimal, whatever personal data needs to be collected. And the security is, the kind of tools we use is what, people like Amazon and Flipkart. So it uses the latest technology that all these, Facebooks and Netflix that use, so that nobody can hack into the system easily.
Right. That's reassuring. Thank you.
Mahendra, doing a time check.
Yeah, I think Mahendra's muted right now.
Okay. So Viraj, Malini and I would like to extend our grateful thanks to you, and all strength to your arms. I know the early period, the kind of battles that you fought with all the tendering processes that were happening. Now that NIUA is kind of adopted this and is making the cause easier, we'll only hope that you grow quickly, even come to Maharashtra, because people like us also need a platform. Citizens of this part of the country also need a platform of this nature. Yeah. And hopefully you could grow to tackling many other similar citizen-based issues. And why only in India?
Correct.
The world is the oyster for you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
In fact, on that note, we've just launched our sanitation mission last month in Odisha, which is basically starting with the fecal sludge management, again, digitizing the whole thing. And we, with our health mission, we've gone to 5 countries in last 5 months to help them run their COVID vaccination program. So, I think, as they say in Hindi, aapki muh mein ghee shakkar. So thank you so much for saying that. And, and thank you, Prabhat, you've been a real friend and a backer of us. Thank you so much.
So before I let you go, Viraj, I would like to personally thank you once again on behalf of the entire IMC and Ease of Living Committee. I'm sure most of you will agree that this was another great discussion, and a lot of good suggestions that we came, and we learned how technology can help us scale up the problems of society. Yes. And that's precisely is happening, because during COVID, some of the companies that have progressed a lot in terms of their own turnover and acquiring a large number of customers, it has all happened because of the technology. I'll tell you my own experience. I chair Fino Payment Bank, and we are a completely digital bank. And during COVID, we could take the service of banking, being an essential service, to the doorstep of people only because of technology, and we could scale it up. A lot of other solutions for them. So with that, can we have a round of applause for Viraj?
Thank you.
Thank you, Viraj. We'll stay in touch with you and stake our claim on your time and on an ongoing basis on behalf of Indian Merchants Chamber.
Happy to do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
So with this, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great privilege to welcome Mr. Sivanandan. Sorry, sir, we are running a bit late right from the beginning, so there was some bit of backlog, but having got of such great eminence, including you, we didn't want to rush, and therefore we thought that maybe 15 minutes, though Indian Standard Time is badnaam, but sorry once again.
No problem, sir. If I don't understand the Indian Standard Time, who else will know? We appreciate running a program like this is very difficult and challenging, and you have done a wonderful job. I appreciate, and waiting is no problem at all. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much.
Cut short my time so that for the next program you will need time.
No, we have clean 45 minutes, sir. We have till 5 o'clock.
Time control is with you. Time control is with you.
Sure, sure.
Okay.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as all of you know, we have Mr. Sivanandan with us. I like to call him, since, and I take this liberty because I know him well, that like that movie, you know, he is an officer and a gentleman. That's how I've known him. And he has been a super cop. Of course, earlier we saw him as commissioner for police, you know, in Mumbai city, and later on a director general of Mumbai, of Maharashtra state. So, and you know, like Viraf, I again took liberty to reach out to him a little late, and he was so gracious to accept my request and accommodate on a short notice. So, sir, would you have any slides, or would you prefer to speak on a freewheeling basis? I have some questions to ask you.
You ask the questions as we go on. You allow me to share. You share the PPT. I got it ready. I'll show you a few pictures. Go back to discussion again. Show some pictures like that. We'll do.
Lovely. So, Selvi, can we give the?
Yes, sir. The access has been given.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Sir, so, please, would you like to load your slides, sir, and then we begin, or?
No, you begin, sir. Begin. Even if I can't show slides because of technical glitch, I will be able to describe the whole thing. Don't worry. We'll go ahead. Flow.
So the theme of our fireside chat, as you know, is the direct correlation between law and order and ease of living. So in the next 25 to 30 minutes, you know, I'll seek answers to a couple of questions from the man who has done himself. So first of all, you know, police is an institution of government, and it's responsible for making the city a safer place to live, and particularly, you know, women and elderly and children. Therefore, we think that there's a direct correlation between law and order and the ease of living. So in general, let me first begin. What are your thoughts on this, sir?
Sir, in my opinion, the very fact to live life itself depends upon the internal security arrangement, that is the police. So I got triggered when I was joint CP crime, when I saw a lady, when she said, when the gangsters were at their peak and they were shooting people at will, 101 businessmen in 1 year, that is 3.5 days once they shot someone. I got triggered only when I saw a woman saying that when my husband takes with a dabba with himself in the early morning, I don't know whether he'll come back alive. I got shocked out of my wits and said, if the question of living is in doubt in the citizen mind, what am I doing? That is where the Operation Cleanup took place in 1998, and we gave you a city from 2002 to now, almost 20 years, not a single shootout. Earlier, we had 101 shootouts. So, sir, to live, you have to have police. Imagine a day when police is going on a holiday, 1 day, full day, no policeman on the street and in the police station. Whatever will happen to you is what ease of living is all about. So my point, sir, coming to Mumbai police, I must say Ganapati festival means millions of people thronging. And every year, without fail, the IB gives a threat that 5 terrorists have come from Bangladesh. Their pictures are also sent. And the policemen just can't sleep. They are there. And Eid festival, another biggest challenge for it. And most of the years, both the festivals come together. With the communal tensions growing, imagine the police on working and be on their toes all the time. And come election, again, another major challenge, or VIP visits. The other day, we handled Lata Mangeshkar ji's funeral, and also, you remember, Bala Sahib Thakre's funeral a few years before. These things come unannounced and full of emotionally surcharged people come in lakhs. And police have to handle, and they have to do that. And also the traffic management. The nightmare today in Bangalore and the ease of living not being very great there is a traffic management. Mumbai police traffic management used to be the finest. These days, okay, we got motorcyclists and all other problems. So with all that kind of a thing, I want to tell you that this commissionerate is in existence in a big way from 1864 to now. Frank Souter was the first commissioner with 24 years of continuous service as commissioner. So the police and ease of living is very, very interlinked. Police safety and the public safety is of paramount importance for business, for households, for housewives, for the senior citizens and others. Internal security in Mumbai is a very big challenge because we are surrounded by sea by all three sides, and also from the air and the land everywhere. Like 26/11 attack came from the sea. So with that kind of a problem and various issues connected to this megapolis, and this is the gateway to India with all the international flights coming. And these days, the cyber crime, it is a big challenge for Mumbai police to make the people to live safely and make this financial. Sir, another important thing is the financial capital of the country. And we have to make you safe and give you enough protection so that the country thrives. 40% of income tax is produced from in this part of the city and sent across. We have airports, seaports, and various other vital installations. Example of protection and the standard of police protection is J&K. Right from the beginning, with the police, the paramilitary and the military and all that, what happened to their industrialization or normal living? You know very well, I don't have to describe. So is Northeast, with so much of police and various other insurgency happening there, the progress is not great. So our challenge is also started from 1993, 1992, Babri Masjid riot onwards. We on a different note altogether. Go ahead, sir.
So thank you very much, sir. Now, as they say that prevention is better than cure, I am particularly interested, and our audience will be particularly interested, that any specific actions that police, Mumbai police specifically, or police, they are taking action to prevent the crime. Rather, of course, controlling is important.
Sir, I would jump the gun and say good policing, free registration of crime without any restraint, and police being seen as a friendly and being available is itself a great prevention, sir. You need a friendly police, and Mumbai police is the only police in the country where your car gets stalled when the monsoon and the traffic man comes there to push it and put it aside so that others can drive. This kind of a friendly police force you don't get anywhere in the country or maybe anywhere in the world. With that kind of a thing, good presence of police is a fantastic job for prevention. And a friendly police is also necessary so that people feel free to give information. When I was the Joint Police Commissioner, I started a alert citizen program where people could give information free in anonymous conditions. So registration of crime and detection of crime is the prevention of crime pivot. That is the pivot, sir. And a fair trial and conviction is important. Now, how do we prevent crime? By having 100 police stations all over the place, and having 50,000 to 60,000 policemen being present all over the place, and having 600 vehicles which are moving, patrolling vehicles which are moving. Some of them are Nirbhaya vehicles, especially meant for protection of women. And we have got 40 bulletproof vehicles moving all over thing ever since I became the commissioner after the 26/11 attack. And we got 1,500 QRT men, quick response team men, and we have got a Force One, which is a carbon copy of the National Security Guards dedicated for Mumbai. We also have NSG. With that, the terrorism control, the crime control, and the law and order control all becomes one. And I would like to say that this is what we did. Go to the next slide. This is what we did in the 98-99. We have this detention power, police commissioner. That is the Maharashtra Prevention of Dangerous Activities Act, MPDA. For example, in 3 years, in 1998 to 2001, I had detained 1,600 men, 1,600 man-years. For 1 year, each one was detained, and 95% of such detentions were approved by the High Court. Because we can't detain a person against his will, and that was done absolutely legally, and that's what happened, sir. Down below, if you see, the last one is that firearms. People had illegal firearms in plenty. We recovered 2,500 weapons in 3 years. And since then, nobody would be flaunting illegal gun and threaten. And we had extortions galore. And so detentions, half of them detained were extortionists. And we arrested gangsters like Thakur and various other gangsters, and they were put on a trial and convicted quickly. That was also a prevention. We had a few encounters, but the encounters were so effective, done under Section 100 of the Indian Penal Code. As per law, it was done. After that, no encounter could ever take place because there was no need for that. The last one is that Maharashtra Organized Crime Control Act. That was made. In that also, very, very effective act. We did that. So we can detain under MPDA. Other one is National Security Act. Detention is possible. It is not happening normally. In UP, they did it in hundreds and thousands, and the High Court released all of them. And we also have a provision in the CRPC that is 107, 108 Act sections, under which we can make for maintenance of peace, we can have chapter cases. We also have something called externment. That is a criminal being asked to go away 2 districts away under the Bombay Police Act. And with all this kind of a thing, we also have UAPA Act. And also for the children, crimes against children, we have a POSCO Act. With all these things, sir, prevention of crime is possible. But in my opinion, detection and a fair, quick trial is the only prevention, effective prevention we can think of. But in Mumbai, as far as crime is controlled, very much under control, sir. Police is on the job and they give enough protection for you. I'm sure all the women and children are feeling very, very safe in Mumbai.
Sure, sir. So thank you. I think
you can see in this chart. You can see in this chart how the shootouts were brought down by the Mumbai by effective strategy. It was 101 in 98. It became half in 99, and then it became half in 2000. And from 2012 to 2, it is 0. This is how the Mumbai police is effective by those strategies which I had shown you earlier. Thank you. Next question, sir.
So that was indeed, I think, detention and lawful detention of people really brought the crimes under control greatly, sir. So specifically, I think you already, my next question was for women and elderly.
I will cover, sir. I'll cover. I'm ready with that. Ask that.
So that is especially because that's a very, very sensitive issue for all of us.
I will take considerable time for that. Can I start, sure, sir?
Yeah, please.
Prevention of crime and the senior citizens and children is of vital importance for any society. It is very, very important. So when I was the joint CP crime, we had started hamarasuraksha.com. That is all senior citizens, 40,000 of them recorded in 3 months. And we said even their servants could be recorded and their fingerprints could be taken and things like that. For connecting with the youth, I started one program called copconnect.com. Shah Rukh Khan and various others had initiated and inaugurated that. And now the Mumbai police is coming up with a brilliant scheme called the Nirbhaya Squad. This is against the street crime. And they're all manned by the women police, and they are smart and they are very, very effective. No eve teasing or no kidnapping or no other offense for women could be tolerated by these people. There are vehicles exclusively meant for women's safety. And when I was the Commissioner of Police, we started 103, a specially dedicated telephone number where any woman could call, and within 2 minutes to 5 minutes, police will appear there and neutralize the character. Neutralize means only tackling a woman, a man who is teasing a woman, and not no other meaning. Don't take other meaning as neutralizing. And we have got special counseling cell for the women who are in distress in all the police stations. That is, in the 100 police stations we have 9 counseling centers with NGOs like TIS in Mumbai, and then we are also increasing them to 13, and we have got 5 regional control rooms where such kind of availability is there. In all the 93 police stations, we have desks where women are manning them to help the women, and all the cases related to women are being handled by women officers who are available 24/7. 30% of the police force is consisting of women and women officers, including IPS officers. There is a new act passed by Maharashtra called Shakti Act, is passed by Maharashtra legislation, and they will be fast-tracking investigation and trial in women-related cases. We have also opened 5 cyber police stations. In 1998, I had inaugurated one with the then Deputy CM. That was a cyber lab. Now we have got 5 cyber police stations, and each police station, 93 police stations, can handle cyber-related cases related to women. So with that kind of a thing, sir, senior citizens can, and also all the police stations have the recording, the registration of the senior citizens. The motorcycle people go there and meet them, and then get them some medicines or milk or vegetables, some such help when they ask. Our people don't shirk. They go there and help them. I do remember when I was the commissioner of police, in the middle of the night, some lonely elderly person will ring up the control room and indulge in a long time chat. Can you believe that? With the Havaldar. And the Havaldar used to talk to them for a long time. Okay, ultimately they asked for some medicine or something. We got 600 motorcycles I had introduced that time. Now it is much more. So they go there, meet them, give them a milk packet or the medicine packet and talk to them and come. So that is the kind of a friendly policing we have. We had a police Didi scheme. I believe it is now withheld for some time, where the school children can resort to calling a police Didi and ask for help. So police also visit schools to talk about cyber safety and also about the good touch, bad touch, and various other things. So police is also celebrating a cyber awareness week right from my days. Vijay Mukhi, if you remember, we used to celebrate that, and even the famous cinema actor, Mr. Kapoor, used to come and join us for doing that. So Mumbai police is very, very active. This Nirbhaya squad, 103, police control room being available, and our vehicles surrounding and going and reporting and catching up the people. Sir, women can even today and earlier also, it's nothing very new. At 2 o'clock in the night, they can go all alone and nothing happens to them. I give a guarantee to all of them, whoever is listening, that women are much more safe in Mumbai compared to all other cities. Mumbai police is doing its job at the best, at their best.
I completely agree with you, and I've been here for more than 4 decades, and I personally experienced it. I mean, Nirbhaya Squad is a great initiative, and wow, 34% of police force women. This will put some of the corporates to shame, sir. I sit on various boards, and we've been talking about diversity and inclusion, of women and especially abled people in the workforce. But women percentage in police force, 34%, I personally did not know. So I must compliment you and the current Commissioner of Police and all the authorities.
All across Maharashtra, it was done by the visionary government. 30% is a compulsory recruitment for women to be included in the police force. This is done by the visionary government, sir. We are far ahead of others that way. And actually it is done. In every recruitment, if you are taking 1,000 people, 300 are women. IPS also, there are 30% IPS officers who are women now all over the country.
Very interesting. So now, sir, communal harmony, you will agree, and community bonding are two extremely important things, for maintaining law and order. So can you please share with us some specific initiatives that Mumbai Police is taking on communal harmony and community bonding?
Sir, Mumbai, there is no place which was known for communal harmony and living together like Mumbai. There is no other place in this country where the communities lived absolutely together, and they were absolutely like brethren living together. But came that Babri Masjid incident, December 6, 1992, and the riot in December, and in January, another riot led by the other community, and followed by that March 12, 1993 blast. I'm sure you remember. That was the biggest terrorist attack in the world at that time. That is the biggest dividing thing. And we have started getting movement of all minority community people to their own societies, what you call in normally ghettos. And that insecurity complex had arrived, and the other consequences took place. With all that, the various commissioners like Mr. Ribeiro or Mr. Satish Sahani and Mendonça and others started a Mohalla committee movement where the Mumbai police is participating, bringing all of them together. In 1993, I was additional commissioner of police here, 3 years. That time I have participated in such meetings they brought. In the police station, sir, we have peace committees where they have regular meetings during all the festival before Ganapati or Eid or any such festivals. For example, when a Ganapati procession is going in front of a mosque, it used to be a matter of tension, gulal, gulal throwing. So here, the police and the community comes together. They arrange the Muslim community people to come and receive Ganapati and offer some offerings. So that's a gesture, fantastic gesture, which happens here. And I don't think in the recent times we had any such tensions where Eid and Ganapati is being celebrated together. Still things are going on very well. So that way it is going on very well. And radicalization today is a big issue. But internet radicalization is a big issue. People joining various other country forces, Islamic forces, that is a big issue where these communities have to come together. We do have a special cricket match for these community people to come together and play. And the police also goes around encouraging varieties of community youth to come together and participate in various other sports. There is a special cup for that, and they vie with each other to win that. Policemen do meet them in peace committees and bring in all the other communities together, and they have meetings and then pursue these kind of activities where the communal fabric is maintained absolutely properly. As on today, there is not a big issue. It's not a big issue that way. Of course, that all over the country, whatever is happening, we can't be insulated from that. But Mumbai is a melting pot where all religious people can live together. Parsis, Hindus, Jains, and Sikhs and Muslims, we live together very well. Mumbai police does play a very big role, sir.
So thank you, sir. I think you are one of the unique person who has a unique combination. You have been an academician. You were teaching before you got into the police. You have been in police force. Now you sit on a couple of corporate boards. So let me ask you, sir, I'm sure you must have done some bit of research and benchmarking for the benefit of our audiences who are from outside Mumbai and Maharashtra also. So any ideas, sir, how are whole of India, would you like to say that top 5 or top 3 cities where, police is very, very efficient? Without any sensitivity, if you can.
Sir, all over from time immemorial. I told you the first ever commissionerate was created here in 1864, and the commissioner was there for 24 years. This is the oldest commissionerate. Commissionerate means fast delivery of services. Quick response is the commissionerate. So we are the one who are benchmarking. Our traffic management used to be teaching. The school used to be teaching the entire country. So, and our fellows, like arresting that Charles Sobraj by Inspector Zende, used to be a benchmark once upon a time. With that, our police was used to be called as to next to Scotland Yard, or maybe better than Scotland Yard. But we did have a reputation there. Recently, of course, it got sullied with various kind of things happening, but we will be bouncing back, sir. If you ask me, Chennai police will say they are the best in the country, or for that matter, any Delhi police or whoever it is will say they are the best. But okay, sir, let us have a healthy competition for that image of being the best police. But anybody living in this country would say that the Mumbai police has been one of the finest polices because of the sophistication. I give credit of the Mumbai police sophistication for the people who are inhabiting this place. We have UP Bihar people, but they change completely color from what they do there and what they do here are different. I know a taxi man who once stopped a police car with a lal batti going in the opposite direction of one-way traffic. He stopped him and told him, "Tum driver ho ya hazam ho, tum one-way mein khilaf kaise ja raha hai?" Imagine a taxi driver admonishing a police driver like this. This is Mumbai, sir. And Mumbai police, he didn't. The policeman apologized and took back and corrected himself. So that way, this police is, as I told you, when you are stuck in the middle of the road, it is the traffic policeman of Mumbai who will come there and help you to push the car in the monsoon or otherwise. Also children, we have got special squad to detect children who are coming there and all that. And then look at this, sir, 80, 90 lakhs of people traveling in Mumbai train with so much of safety and guarantee. So with this kind of a thing, I would say Mumbai police is the finest police force. There is a bit of a leadership crisis sometimes. This is one of the times which you read in the newspaper. But otherwise, if you ask me, the basic police, the constable, the havaldar, they have got the finest of kabari system, information system. We have a CCTV camera system. With all that, sir, I will say Mumbai police gives you absolute safety net. With the anti-terrorism mechanism we have arranged after I became the commissioner of police, you can feel absolutely safe that in the water we have our bulletproof boats, and in the on the roads we have got our bulletproof vehicle, 1,500 policemen who are ready, and with the finest of weapons, you can feel very, very safe. Our police image needs to be mended. We need to engage an agency which will give us a brand image. Otherwise, we are the finest, sir.
So thank you for that, sir. We know that you have a reputation of, doing a significant and a great work after 9/11. So acts of terrorism, are increasing, as you know. Any specific advice to Mumbaikars, for keeping safe during such eventuality, and any specific preparedness of Mumbai police against such, eventualities which are increasing now?
Sir, here, I'll show you a few pictures, sir. Earlier, it used to be only one bomb disposal squad, and we have got 13 of them now displayed in 13 zonal DCP's office. So any number of bombs are being told that they are available in the city, they're thrown away. Our 13 disposal squads can go there with the state-of-the-art equipment. Next. So the next is the energy is deployed there. Next one. Energy is the national security. Last time they came 26 hours late. We are given a place in Marol. We got a force one. So this one is, I bought 40 of them, 85 lakhs each from our own Mahindra. This has 12 QRT men, quick response men, trained by the Israeli commandos. I went there to Israel and brought the trainers free of cost. And these are available between 2 to 7 minutes. I will give you an example. In Andheri, one of the old retired officers got a little mad perhaps. He used a gun and kidnapped a small child from down below in the society, took her to his flat, and he was threatening to shoot her. The police was informed. Between 2 to 7 minutes, the commandos reached there and they broke open the door. Commando fired one single shot and the man fell dead, and the child did not even know that a shot was fired, and the grandfather or the grand uncle was dead and the child was safe. That is the kind of efficiency Mumbai police has done by practicing and by doing repeatedly doing this job. Go next. So here are the bulletproof vehicles. Go fast. So this is another bulletproof vehicle, bulletproof jackets. These are the armed troop carriers, and this is for your feeling safe. I'm showing all these things, that these are the things which are deployed. Anti-terrorism mechanism we have created. These are the guns we bought, sir. Colt M4 from America. Next one. So this is Colt M5. This is MP5, another type of weapon. MP5. German ones, submachine gun. And this is MP5 again. This is a sniper, American sniper. You have seen a movie. This is what is that? Yes. 3 kilometers it can deliver a thing. We have got enough of them. Earlier, someone said we have got only 303. That is the Second World War vintage. We got now American sniper and all other equipment. Next one. So next one. So this is the close quarter, but CQB they say. Inside a room, this is a Uzi weapon. In America, it's called MP9 tactical machine pistol. We got enough of them. Fold it. It is only this much, 12 inches, and it can spew fire. So enough of them we have. We train them. We got simulators, 7 of them, and policemen go on practicing continuously sharp shooting skills. Next one. So here is a foldable gun. Next one. This is a Smith & Wesson pistol, a red dot, and it will send a bullet in a minute's time. Next one. Next one. This is the force one I talked to you about. This is how they looked earlier. Now they are more sophisticated like this. They can work exactly like NSG. Next one. These are force one. So this is a quick response team, 1,500 of them. They are available in 5 control rooms which are modernized now. Next one. So this is the training we give them continuously. These are the Israeli commandos I told you. They had come from Delhi, from Israel to train us. I was the commissioner of police that time. This is the QRT. Next one. This is the training program we give them. We have written a new SOPs. Next one. So this is a rehearsal. During peacetime, we sweat. This is a vehicle which can go in the sea, water and the road, sea legs. Next one. This is the bulletproof boats which we got from Government of India. We also bought 29 of them. They're patrolling the sea all the time. Coast Guard is of course there. This is completely bulletproof. Next one. So this is the sea legs. It can go in water and road. Next one. So this is an all-terrain vehicle. It can go on the marshy land and we can put up a fight there. Next one. Next one. Next one. So this is the control room modern. This is the police hospital modernized. About 4 crores we spent and we are fully ready. Go to the next one. Go to the next one. Next one. That. So this is the hospital we revamped. So that is how it is, sir. Anti-terrorism mechanism is in its the best we have done, and it has to be revamped continuously. So any such event of 2611 type happening in about 30-40 minutes, Mumbai police would be able to wrap it up. It will not happen like last time, 4 days in Taj. No, we promise you that our Force One, Energy, and various others will wrap it up in half an hour's time. That's a challenge or a promise.
Thank you, sir. I would like to open it up for the participants to ask the question, but before that, I have one more question for you, sir. All of us know, I mean, in last 30 minutes, what we heard was like music to our ears in terms of the safety and security that police has been offering in Mumbai to Mumbaikars. So being good is one thing, sir, but being perceived good and public perceiving Mumbai, you know, as an image-wise, we still feel that not all people have very good image of police in their mind. I'm not saying that, and I think everywhere it is, nobody can be perfect 100%. Are there any specific initiative that police is, because unawareness is the reason for this wrong perception. So is Mumbai police something specific to improve this image perception of Mumbai police?
We are training continuously all the policemen for capacity building and also training nurses, prosecutors, judicial members, and various others. And we are training the policemen in soft skills, how to deal with people in dire need, or when in case of a murder or a robbery or anywhere, how to be talking to them properly and getting things done. Or in rape cases, women police officers handle with the necessary soft skills and things like that. Cyber crime is the future crime. So we are completely arming our people and opening more and more police stations with cyber capability. And with all that, the image building has to be done. What has dented, what you are hinting now, is what happened at the top level. The police commissioner and the home minister being arrested, and the DGP, his tenure is being questioned, and what's coming in the newspaper and all that. This is a temporary problem, sir. Otherwise, the basic backbone of the inspectors, the officers, the men, and the Havaldar and various others are absolutely in perfect shape. And they are ready, and they are dedicated, and their training programs are absolutely happening. And modernization scheme of the government is working very well from the Government of India. We are getting better equipment, and the CCNTS program has connected the entire 11,000 police stations in the country. So data management is easy. So with all that, when somebody goes to police station with a problem, they have to be approached empathetically by the concerned policeman. That would give us the proof of the pudding. The image building, we can engage a company and come up as the best one. We got that board, you know, that board there at the end of the Marine Drive. If you remember Malabar Hill, when you climb towards Malabar Hill, that kind of an image making can do. We are actively in social media like Twitter. When Lata Didi had passed away, the Mumbai police Twitter was very, very, very touching and beautiful. They paid a tribute to her. That kind of a thing they are doing. They are monitoring the social media movements and things like that. But sir, there is a slight dent, I agree now, but that is because of the leadership issue. Again, I assure you, the men, the officers and the men, they are all finest. My remedy for such kind of problems is that the best possible officers have to reach the top, and the others, I mean, being good is not enough. You have to be the best. You can't be the good. You have to be the best. There is nothing. There is no bargaining where it comes to quality. I will not settle for anything less than the best. So good is not enough at all. We are trying our best, and it's happening. The small crisis because of the present government and the selection of the chief and other things went little haywire. That is the only dent, I will say, temporary dent. Yes, sir.
Thank you. So in chat box, I see several compliments coming in for the great presentation and the clarity and with the evidences that you have sort of taken us through. Now let me open it for our participants. Anyone, Selvi, can you unmute people? Anyone who would like to ask?
Sir, before anyone asks the question, allow me one sentence. I had started a Roti Bank project 3 years before, single-handedly, and we have given 81 lakh meals so far, and a meal costs about 30-40 rupees, and free. It is completely free. And during pandemic time alone, we have given 7 million meals. So I request all the participants to visit our website. I don't want anything from you. Visit the website, rotibankindia.org, and support us. That's about it. That is 80 crores of Indians are going hungry and the government is giving free ration. But single-handedly, Roti Bank Mumbai is doing its best by giving 81 lakh meals in 3 years. That I request you, that is an initiative by me. So you can say it's a Mumbai police initiative, because during pandemic time, we involved the policemen to penetrate into those red zones like Dara, Worli, Sayan Kolivada and all, and deliver 10,000 meals in those areas alone. On a given day, we delivered 47,000 meals from my agency alone, sir. Mumbai police helped.
No, I'm aware, particularly because I have the advantage of being closely knowing you, sir, and I have been following it. I'll repeat for all my participants and audience that we must wish that we have more police officers like Mr. Sivanandan. We have, I mean, he has been an academician, he has been a police officer, he is on several boards. I was chatting with him and he's now even involved with 15 NGOs, and Roti Bank alone is doing such a fantastic work. So rotibankindia.org, please do visit. And in whatever manner, he is too humble and too modest not to say that, but I'll appeal on his behalf. If any one of you want to help, come forward. It's not very costly, and you can sort of feed a certain number of people as per your own budget. You know, I would encourage you to do that. So now
visiting the website would be a great favor. We serve 2,000 meals near Tata Cancer Hospital every day, right from day number 1. We always gave them fresh meal because already they got a problem of cancer. We have been delivering, whether sunshine or rain, we have been delivering 365 days near Tata Cancer Hospital. Otherwise, in 15 spots, we give 11,000 meals in Mumbai every day.
Great. So,
any questions, sir? Any question I will answer. I'll be very happy to answer.
Yeah. Selvi, you can, I mean, you can raise hands either, or Selvi, you can unmute people, they can talk. Let's make it a open session.
Any questions, please put in the chat box or raise your hand, please.
Otherwise, I can say about the cyber crime. About the, if they don't want questions, give me 2 minutes to say cyber crime. Can I?
Sure, sure. Please do.
Sir, since the people have been so nice and they are not putting me on a spot by asking difficult questions, I want to say all the future crimes will be committed through cyber. So in Mumbai, as on today, companies are suffering from ransomware cases where the data of your company is being encrypted by criminals Russian-based mafia or any other country mafia are encrypting the data, and they are not, police and others are not able to decrypt them or defreeze them. So that's a major issue. So all of them, I want to be aware that only answer for that is not to be unaware as to what's happening. Earlier, there was a problem of man in the middle, somebody entering into your system and then taking over control of your system and diverting money from one account to the other account. Today, every day in the press we see somebody losing 36 lakhs, 47 lakhs and things like that. And Jamtara is a place where they are threatening people and taking away money from there, asking for OTP and other details. So people have to be aware. A little bit of a greedy nature also helps these criminals. So I want to warn everybody, particularly companies. With this kind of software like Pegasus and various others, anybody can introduce any incriminating material and threaten you by exposure and things like that. Ask for a ransom. Go to the police and police will do their best. The Mumbai Police Cybercrime Cell is getting better and better every day. Please beware of the cybercrime. Have a strong password. Do not allow your password to be given to somebody else. And check your privacy setting. Don't fall prey for any offer, free offer. There is no free lunch, no free download. And this kind of precautions, if you take, definitely you can. Cyber murder is possible today. So beware of all these things. In a paperless hospital, somebody can hack and get into that and change your medical history. And you will be, not only cyber system will be hacked, even your body can be hacked, because your medical history can be changed. Your blood group can be changed. Instead of heart operation, you will be ending up with a kidney operation. So such kind of things, havoc can be. Even a expensive car can be driven by a person from behind. With a Tesla coming up with a no driver car, driverless car, somebody else can take control because they are all computerized cars. So I will request all these good listeners to be very, very careful about their passwords, about not falling prey to the offers. And somebody is giving you dumb, Jamtara guys will give you dumb as a SBI officer or something. Don't fall prey and share your OTP, and beware and do not indulge in frivolous kind of a mobile banking where your money can be lost. That's it from my side, sir. Thank you.
So I have Narendra Modi here. Narendra, you wanted to say something? Please come up, unmute yourself.
No, I think I know Shivaji for a long time, and I think absolutely great work he has done and continues to do great work. It gives a lot of confidence in today's presentation. Also, he's given us a lot of confidence on how we can feel very secure in Bombay.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. Trust the Mumbai police. Go there and talk to anybody affectionately. See their response.
Yeah,
they absolutely. Oh, don't do it again. Now go ahead. That's what they say, and that's what they used to say at least.
Right.
So they are absolutely good. But CCTV cameras can click your picture and send you 1,000 rupee fine. With that is that trouble of modernization.
Actually, I don't mind. It's very efficient. Right? In fact, the other day I was driving back from Pune. My driver was driving, and he crossed some red light. Within 5 minutes, I got a notice for 200 rupees, and with a photograph. So I told the driver that you have done a mistake, and I will deduct 200 rupees from your salary because this is a proof. So you cannot deny.
The joke is, after this 2611, I was the one responsible for coming up with a project of 5,000 cameras. Delhi has 1,20,000. So thank God we got less of them. So my car, whenever my driver violates anything, I get a fine and I had to pay. There is no bargain. I can't say
it's very good
and all that. Because it's
very good
fantastic system. No bargain system. Better.
No, I mean, the other day my driver, I told him that you were driving fast in the ceiling. So
I said, in the ceiling, multiple speed levels.
Right.
Also in the JJ hospital.
So I told him, I said, if you want to challenge, you go and challenge it. So he went to the Worli police station and they showed him the video. So then he can't challenge anymore. I said that they showed you the video, so you know that you were at the speed.
So Narendra, this is Narendra. This is evidence-based policing, you know.
No,
anyway, let me now encourage some ladies in the chat box
very interesting.
with us to ask some questions. So Amrita, you have any observations?
So Mr. Singhania, Mr. Singhania has joined. He has a question.
Okay. So Anant, can I come back to you once since I have announced about Amrita?
Sure, sure.
Yeah, Amrita. Unmute yourself.
May I go ahead? Amrita, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, Mr. Shivanandan, first of all, good to see you again. I had interacted with you a long time back around my book on cybercrime. So it's always good to know, all the new things and new ways in which we have to prevent, because we always have to stay one step ahead, and it's a never-ending game, right? I think a lot of really fantastic initiatives. I think on the Roti Bank, maybe it might be fantastic for all of us to get some more details via the committee, and then we can all see how we can do that. Absolutely.
About cybercrime, I want to say the criminals are 3 steps ahead of the government agencies. So imagine that Bank of Bangladesh being taken away $83 million from Friday evening to Monday morning in Manila. And North Korean based fellows working from Mauritius, they looting Dhaka-based bank, and the money was kept in Federal Reserve in New York. Money was delivered in Manila. That is their capex, $83 million. Our Cosmos Bank in Pune was taken away 94 crores, 80 crores in one day. 3 days later, another 14 crores. That is the investment they have, man. Whereas in our cybercrime, Mumbai police doesn't have this much money. $83 million, when will they get? So we are always back, on the back foot. Whereas these guys have no auditor, no CBI, no CVC to inquire against them. So they buy the best. That's a problem, actually. Absolutely. Technologically, they are way ahead of us because they have unlimited budget, because it is Bank of Bangladesh money.
And what you talked about, hospitals and so on, is even scarier, right?
Paperless officers and all that, ma'am. Even a house, air conditioner or a fridge or anything which is running on a computer, they can manipulate. Instead of ordering 1 liter of milk, your fridge can order 1,000 liters. That can happen.
Yeah, actually,
we are computerizing everything. Automatic ordering could go where material is falling short. The fridge can place an order automatically because your credit card is embedded in that.
So you're right, sir. I tell you, I chair Fino Payment Bank, and Reserve Bank of India came up with a diktat that all directors of banks have to necessarily undergo a 2-day certification course on cybersecurity.
I did.
And I went for that in Hyderabad, by IDRBT. And the kind of scary things that you learn there.
Yeah.
Any device in your home, you're right. Your TV, your
Ramasastri is the director, sir.
Yes. Yeah. So we are under terrible attack. So I think more and more directors, if they know about these,
I can do any board free of cost. I can come and give them a lecture for an hour on cyber prevention and cyber awareness.
I'll bear it in mind. I know the great work that you're doing. Over to you, Anant.
Thank you, Dr. Shivanandan. Lovely to see you again. We've met a couple of times at our school at Thane and at other venues as well. It's such a pleasure to hear you and see you here at the chamber today. Greatly appreciate your inputs. There are 2 questions I wanted to ask you. One is, first of all, I'd definitely like to take you up on the offer. I will request our President Juzar Bhai to invite you to the chamber to come and speak to, the managing committee, because, there's a very versatile managing committee where, all of us need to be acclimatized with what's happening out there.
We'll do that.
So that's one. So I'll take you up on that offer, sir. Second thing, sir, with so many cameras, we talk about governance. Is there a invasion to privacy? Because there are cameras everywhere. CCTV cameras. You have shops have it, private establishments have it, and all that. And now I believe that there have been 1 or 2 countries which have now legalized drones as well. drone monitoring. Is this going to be, the way it is? And number one, and part of that question is that, do you see a reduction in crime because of these CCTVs? I mean, are the crime numbers going down?
Okay, sir. I can say this. In London, every 30 seconds you are passing on camera and they can track you. In China, in Beijing, Shanghai and other places, it is even less than that. In Delhi, they have deployed 120,000 cameras, Hikvision cameras they have put. In Mumbai, it is only, thankfully, it is 5,000. So you can always escape. All the drivers, no, sir, here is a CCTV, I will jump. So that is a thing. I think they need budget money to have more and more cameras. Sir, for safety and for reduction, for better policing, going to modern technology is always good. And they are also using the private network of CCTV cameras of, let us say, 5-star hotels and schools like yours and others. They are bringing them together. Andhra Pradesh has passed an act to join all the private CCTV network to the police control room so that the synergy will be there. So that way it is good for reduction of cameras, but detection is happening better. And then today, with all the kind of gadgets we are having inside the house, like Alexa, Siri, and various other AI-based instruments, you don't worry about cameras, sir. You are surrounded by people who are watching you all the 24 hours. You don't need a satellite tomorrow. Your smart watch is giving you away. You are tracking. You start from morning to evening, wherever you go, your track is kept by your mobile phone. This mobile phone analysis will show what all you did throughout the day. So, and others also taking pictures, and so many cars are fitted with those cameras where they can record who is following them and things like that. So we are completely covered by cyber technology. This artificial intelligence and various other things related are keeping a track of us. We don't need a satellite on the sky to keep us watching. Drone is under control as on today, but Pakistan and other countries are using. Drones can be used for benign purposes like medical supply in earthquakes and other places and all that. For example, that boy who got stuck up in Palkad between the two mountain crevices, they used drones to help him. Army rescued yesterday. That's my hometown. They rescued that boy. So a drone can be used for multi-purposes, delivering RDX or delivering pizza. Some guy from Parel did deliver a pizza, and a bookstore can deliver a book, but somebody can deliver an RDX also. So, sir, my answer to your question is, CCTV cameras or your smartwatch or your smartphone, all of them are detrimental to your privacy. With a thing like Pegasus, I want to inform all of you that there are much more sophisticated software has come up in Israel, much better than Pegasus. We are still stuck up with Pegasus from 2018 to now. We are stuck up with that, but there are much more much more better software which can be intruding into your privacy, and they can do a lot of damage, and we are not unaware. So my question is, my advice is, be aware of what you are doing. That's about it. So whether Siri or Alexa, they are all profiling you all the time. So when you wear a smartwatch, if your temperature goes up, it is programmed to call a doctor and fix an appointment. Correct?
True. Yes, sir.
We are getting into an area where somebody is going to take a complete control of your. There is nothing called privacy. The other day in that Ola, I used to, between a gap of 1.5 years, I just pressed the button. It said, Mr. Shivanandan, last time you liked so-and-so picture. This time, what would you like to see? I was shocked as to Shivanandan being profiled in Ola. And they remember after 1.5 years. Now, what privacy are you talking about, sir? There is no privacy. Nothing called privacy. Somebody can open your camera, switch on your camera, and record all your activities in the night. It can be done not by Pegasus alone, even by a hacker, by sending an SMS spoofing or various other means. I can start your camera in the middle of the night and record all the activities. So what privacy are we talking about? So if you want privacy, you remove all the electronic gadgets from your house and the other environment, then maybe you could call that privacy.
And otherwise, go to 18th century.
Sir, with the more and more inventions coming and the more and more gadgets which are being sold in Amazon at such cheap prices, we are intruding into our own, we are allowing others to intrude into our privacy. We are giving them a free whip, free allowance to intrude into our privacy. Well, look at all your children's Facebook and LinkedIn and Twitter and various, how much of exposure they are doing now. You give your car number, take a picture standing in front of your car number. I can give you your entire profile, your registration, your mobile, your residential address, how much of bank account you have and how much of balance you have in your bank account. I can give you.
So we have to take some tips from you.
Tell me again.
We have to take some tips from you on how to do that.
Yeah. Okay. On that note, I think, ladies and gentlemen, I must say that this was one of the best discourse from a police commissioner, former police commissioner or a police officer on multifarious activity, way Mumbaikars are being secured and made safe. So can we have a big round of applause for Mr. Sivanandan?
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, you must say the enjoyment is mutual. If others have liked it, I also liked an interactive audience is always encouraging for the speaker. It brings a spark in you. So I also enjoyed equally. Thank you so much. I would like to go to any other organization and give them a sleepless night by talking about cyber security.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Have a great day. Be safe and take care. Good day, sir.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
thank you. Sure. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we already have Ma'am D. Thara, who is the additional secretary and in charge of Amrit. May I, madam, on behalf of Indian Merchants Chamber, Ma'am Thara, can you see us?
I can't see you.
Can I wave my hand?
Put it in, yeah.
Yeah. Can you see us?
Yeah, I'm sharing the screen. I can see you.
All right. So first of all, let me give you a very warm welcome on behalf of Indian Merchants Chamber, madam. We know how busy you are, but we are also aware that Amrit is doing such a significant work. And in terms of its footprints on the ease of living are so large that I have thought of any speaker better than you when it comes to Atal Mission, rejuvenation for urban India.
Okay.
So you want to share certain slides, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Yes. Please take your time and upload your slides. Sylvie, I think you have given the permission, right?
Yes, yes.
Now you can share the screen.
Yeah, there you are. Yes, we can see your slide very clearly, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you see the slide?
Yes, we can see the slide very well. So,
okay. So I think see,
just
Amrit,
give me a minute. Give me a minute. So let me. This fireside chat is being moderated by two colleagues of ours on the Ease of Living Committee, and this is all women panel. And I would like to hand over to Amrita Chaudhary and Kavita Sachwani, who will take this fireside chat further. I once again, on behalf of Indian Merchants Chamber, want to thank you profusely, madam, for sparing your time. And I look forward to your presentation. Thank you. Over to you, Amrita.
Thank you, Mr. Chauhan. So again, Madam Tara, a very warm welcome to you for this Impact of Amrit on Ease of Living session at the IMC Ease of Living Conference 2022. I mean, as Mr. Chauhan introduced, Madam Tara is the Additional Secretary in the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs in the Government of India, and she is leading the charge for the Amrit program. Amrit just to give a little introduction to our conversation today. Amrit program is it aims to transform and impact the management of water, wastewater, sewage, stormwater drainage, ground and surface water across Indian cities and urban local bodies. And water, as we all know, is a very scarce resource today. There are its effective supply and the quality of incoming water that we get through the municipalities and the drinking water really impacts the quality of life of each and every citizen. It also impacts commercial establishments and businesses and industries. At the same time, the whole circular water economy in terms of water treatment, water harvesting, and then taking it back into the environment is also very so through the Amrit program since 2015, the government has really done a lot of projects for drinking water supply as well as sewage treatment. And the 2023 budget itself has extended these initiatives. One of the initiatives that has been in the news has been the Har Ghar Nal Se Jal. Furthermore, these initiatives are linked with some of the other programs of Government of India. For example, Swachh Bharat and Namami Gange and the whole Central Pollution Control Board and their activities. There have been a lot of regulations and reforms to encourage the reuse of municipal water in different ways. And also one of the critical areas that we have struggled with as a country has been this area of non-revenue water in municipalities where the tariffs are not linked to actual consumption, and there are things that need to be done to address that. So with that context, I would like to invite Madam Tara to share her insights and specifically a little bit about all of the achievements of Amrit till date, and what needs to be done or what is the plan for the near term for this year and next year in terms of the types of projects that we can expect off the ground and how they could impact our lives. So, Madam Tara,
Thank you so much. Sorry, I had to just communicate something. Thank you for the opportunity. I think I'm sorry that I got a bit late, but I think thank God I was also on time that way because you also completed your session now. Let us start Amrut. Amrut is the first focus mission on water, urban water. Then came Jal Jeevan Mission, which was for rural. But Amrut was started in 2015. Now, what has Amrut done so far and what is its mandate? When I said focused water mission, it meant only water, drinking water, sewerage, drinking water 100% as per 2011 census in 500 cities, which covers around 65% of urban households of India population and therefore urban households. And then it had to look at sewerage, but sewerage we couldn't saturate with that kind of money. We had a benchmarking up to 60% of 2011. Means we are already 10 years ahead. That means around 48 to 50% as it exists today. And then comes stormwater drainage, 4% of the 1 lakh. It is a 100,000 crore mission which was contemplated, and out of which 77,000 crore worth of projects were to be taken up in partnership with states. 50% almost came from central, 50% had to come from states. So if you look at what has happened so far, so it led to a situation that so far we have given around 1.26 crore household tap connections, around 95 lakh sewer and septage connections. In some places, septic tank, the septage is recovered and treated in a septage treatment plant. We have, I'm just giving the Amrut 1 results. So far, we have converted around 91 lakh tube lights, street lights to LED. So far, we have freed around 2,200 city points from urban flooding. We have introduced online building permission systems in almost 400 cities, though Amrut cities are only 500 cities. 500 cities of India have 65% of Indian urban population. And then we went on to do other things also, like raising municipal bonds. That is a reform, incentive-based reform under Amrut. So far we have achieved so much that imagine COVID ho raha tha, and then you didn't have 1.26 crore water connections in India, in the urban households, in slums, in low economic households. What could have it been like? So Amrut also helped in replacing old infrastructure. These are new connections I'm talking about, but old infrastructure rehabilitation connections. I mean, where you have just replaced the tank, but not the connections were old, and therefore the new tank takes care of it. So from Amrut 1, when we are going to complete Amrut 1 by 2023 March, the Amrut 2 was brought in. Amrut 1 provided ease of living to women especially. I could have run a small movie, but I think I'll send it across, or I'll send it to you so you can spread. How it has affected women. It is actually Amrut 1 has given more time and more meaning to the lives of women. So each woman says how difficult it was. And there was one woman in Bhopal, in Madhya Pradesh, not Bhopal. She said earlier the jo dal banati thi, wo pakti nahi thi because of hard water. Now it gets cooked easily. And Northeast women talked about how easy it is for them to get water and drink it, and it is safe. So it has brought in revolution, a quiet revolution in terms of time and productivity for women. A slum household, a woman from slum household speaks about how the water sewage network has freed them from the woes of walking through a nala to the school. Now my children can go to school without going through this thing. So how social unrest was settled because there were no single tap for community, and people used to vie with each other to fill in water. And now they have individual taps. There was a case study from. So I think it has brought in a social change, especially for women. And it has also brought in concept of sanitation. And especially in the like of COVID, it has eased out a lot of lives. So Amrut 1 was about creating infrastructure. We did that. The cities learned to do the projects, the parastatals helped them. So it's not that India money is a problem. More than money, capacity is a problem. So when we started with Amrut 1, a lot of states had to grapple with the problems. They structured their tenders, they structured their DPRs, they got into this. Now the conversation has come about. We went into Amrut 2. From being a water supply and sewerage attempting thing, Amrut 1, we went into Amrut 2, which said it's a whole value chain of the water. We want to be Atmanirbhar and water secure. Means you don't need to look at the 0 day of your city and wait for it to come and affect you someday. So how do you manage this? So the mission has evolved into a holistic mission. The first was to create capacities. It has really done that much work. You can imagine 80,000 crore worth of projects going on in the country, out of which 55,000 to 59,000 crore work has got completed. There are projects means around 25,000 crore projects have got completed, but the work got completed. Means sometimes the pipeline has to be laid 11 kilometers, you laid 10 kilometers. See, these things are not simple things. For once, India is creating 6,000 MLD STP capacity for once. Means which can treat around 1.25 crore household sewerage. इतना कैपेसिटी एक ही साथ कभी सोचा नहीं गया, प्लान नहीं किया गया. We are making 6,300 MLD capacity, out of which 2,100 MLD capacity has been installed, STP, and we are trying to study them also, because sometimes the capacity is there, design capacity, but the amount of sewage which comes into it may not be there. So we are looking at all that. And we learned from Amrut 1 and we designed Amrut 2. Amrut 2, which was launched by Prime Minister as a sequel to Amrut 1 on October 1st, 2021, is about water security. It is not about water supply alone. So what we did is, we wanted to have some defining features. You had asked, how do you look at it? How do you manage? See, we said you have to make city water balance plans. See, every city has to make city water balance. Unfortunately, what is happening when we run missions is, we don't give identity to the cities. It's like giving, if at all you give identity, you give identity to the first 1 to 10 rankers of the class. Rest 90 or 80 people who are there in the class are not even recognized or identified. So what does that give to them? So in Amrut 1, we went to, we dealt with state level and cities, 500 cities, big cities, 100,000 plus cities, population. Now we are dealing with all the cities. If you look at the distribution of all the cities, 4,813 cities. It might have increased or reduced depending on somebody must have merged, somebody must have increased statutory cities. Now, what we said is, how do you attack this? It is paperless mission. When I say that, I say it with responsibility. I said we cannot manage this mission if there is no data equity. If a city is making its plan, if it has to send it in paper, you can imagine 4,800 cities making a water balance plan. What is water balance plan? All of you know, it is the budget of the water. You're looking at what you have, what is the gap in terms of security, water, availability of water at the household level and availability of water at the city level. And then where do you see yourself in 2030, 2050? And what is your plan? How many water bodies you want to rejuvenate? We cannot do everything. It's a state subject. We can only intervene. So we wanted them to tell us that. So the cities were given a page. Each city was given a page to make their water balance. I'm happy to state that this is completely 3,500 cities out of 4,800 cities are filled in their water balance plans. Means each day water balance plan has so many data points. I think 140 data points or so. They filled in that. For the first time, many states have seen that what is their exact treatment capacity, what is the design capacity, how much water is going into it, how much water is reaching where. I don't know. Holistically, the city thought and filled in this. Sometimes the city is not able to fill in this. They ask and then the states help and then we help. And that is how the whole give and take on an online platform has gone on. Amrut portal, Amrut 2 portal. So first time we have city pages. So each city, like for example, some city today, yesterday I was telling Bihar that 12 projects have been, the city water balance plans is to identify gaps. Look at your water bodies. So it is a status studying existing scenario. Then comes city water action plans. Now city water action plans are those which will be identifying projects to fill in those gaps. So basically, city water action plans had to be done. These are the projects which will be identified. So we put in intelligence system. I'm in the seminar. I'm talking from it. I'm calling. So there is a city water action plan. So each of the cities is making its water action plan. So far, 25,000 crore worth of projects have been identified. They have not been submitted, but they've been identified. How do we know we are sitting on a same platform? So we are talking to them and saying, oh, good, go ahead. And one more thing we did is, see, sometimes in water or in any mission, the money chases the work. So I realized we should have a combination. Projects you put in for the money we give you, but you can also do one thing. If you have already achieved outcomes, connections, you can give us the connections and we can give you the money, 3,000 rupees per connection. Even that has been brought on a gig economy platform. So we are using extensive technology to map everything. And we are also using national remote sensing to bring in water body information system. So we know exactly which water body has how much water for how long. We cannot measure the depth, but we can measure the spread. And also look at how much urbanization is happening around that water body and where is the footprint getting reduced. See, you cannot do it sitting in a city. Either you do a drone mapping or a satellite mapping. Now, I can do it 1 meter resolution, but that is too costly. The free data available with a few lakhs of rupees or a few crores of rupees, we can do a whole nation ka, urban area and surrounding area ka water body study. So that has been also done. I don't want to showcase so much. Then we've also brought in reforms. Amrut 1 had reforms, Amrut 2 also has reforms. Urban finance reforms, energy reforms, planning reforms, and water conservation reforms. Then the whole mission, as I told you, on a technology platform, there's no single paper to be used. Everything has to be online. What we said is the ultimate objective of this mission is cover every household with water connection as in 2025 urban. See, we are not giving all the money. The state has to put in 70%, 30% in some places, 50% in some places, and 25% in some places, and 33% in some places, depending on the population, we're giving the money. Finance Commission is giving a substantial amount to the cities. So put together, they are coming to 45 to 50% of the money coming from central government. Rest of the money has to be put in by the state government. But we have said one thing, you have to create a new tab. 20% of your water demand has to come from recycled water. and 40% of your industrial water has to come from recycled water. So this is something which is the outcome oriented, and the whole mission funding is also tied up to how many outcomes you will achieve after 40% funding. It is only your functional outcomes, tap connections, rejuvenation done, so on and so forth, which will dictate the release of fund. So slowly we brought in capacity in Amrut 1. How do you engage with the contractor? How do you make a DPR? How do you look at the outcome? In Amrut 1 also, we not only ask for how much money you spent, how much pipeline you laid, but how much connections you gave, both from this Amrut and a convergence with other things. So we've not only done that, we've also brought in competition element in Amrut 2. What we have said is Payjal Sarvekshan. So aquifer management, Payjal Sarvekshan, capacity building. Usually capacity building means we train government people and that is the end of the story. We are as good as our contractors. We are as good as our industries. If their capacities are not built, then there is no fun in having this much money. Amrut 2 is going to give 77,000 crores to India, and Amrut 1 gave 35,000 crores as central assistance. I'm talking about central assistance. And it's around 2 lakh crore funding, 1,20,000 crores coming from states, and 80,000 crores coming from center, another 1 lakh crore of land getting committed to this mission. So that is how it becomes a 3 lakh crore mission. We wanted to this time capacity build of contractors. We will spend money, we are willing to spend money to build capacity of contractors, plumbers, operators. We want to mainstream women to a certain extent in maintaining infrastructure of the water infrastructure. It's not a gender statement. I'm only saying that we have to make it very, very, society friendly rather than, only one gender operating everything here. We also wanted to create public awareness. Now, public awareness means advertisements, right? We give advertisements here, udhar de diya aur wo ho gaya. And then, but that is not the case. I'll tell you what we are doing. Technology submission. What we are doing is we are also, for the first time, we have lowered the entry barriers for other stakeholders to enter. One is you capacity build of the contractors. Another is we expand the space of implementation for startups. For companies who want to demonstrate innovative technologies, if they demonstrate up to 2 lakhs, we will give them 50 lakhs once it starts working after 6 months. I mean, I think these are, and startups, we are going to fund 20 lakhs at the state level. Somebody has bigger idea and they want to come. National level, we have not said that we won't fund this or that. We'll have to see whether the good ideas come in and good built-up models come in, then we will be funding them also. But 20 lakhs per startup is designated fund, and we are looking at 100 startups in the next 3 months to identify and fund. And we have been approaching the incubators, the industry bodies, and everybody to tell us which are the startups whom we can do that. So we are one, and I told you, we are getting women and youth onto the board. Instead of saying awareness, matlab idhar humne ye laga diya, udhar wo laga diya, wo to karenge thoda bahut, IEC. But gig economy model, for the first time, I don't know whether we'll fail or succeed, but pilots are on. We are telling states, cities, you upload your connections with photos. You upload your connections with photos. We will verify it, sample of it using the capacities of youth and women. It's an online thing. Once they verify, we are going to pay 100 rupees per connection verification. 5 connections are bunched in 1 gig. Everybody knows gig economy model, and they will have to verify and come back and upload the thing. It's all online. If they upload and if the photographs are similar to, or there is an intelligent system, it understands. If it is verified 10%, then we do all the payment, 3,000 rupees per connection to the cities which have done it. So here is a situation where we don't ask you do your work after giving the money. We are saying if you have done your work, please report, we will incentivize you with this money. And how do we do that? We engage the youth in the first place of the colleges, where they can earn a little pocket money by going into and verifying 5 tap connections, quality, quantity, accessibility, and some photographs to be uploaded. And we give them 500 rupees directly by DBT into their account. And we will also limit the number of gigs a student gets, so pocket money. So I don't think, a lip service or, just a talk will not help. It has to make sense to his life also, a student's life or his or her life. At the same time, it should be a neighborhood-based work where he doesn't waste his time, study time or his play time. So he goes, during one of the weeks and verifies 5 connections in neighborhoods and gets 500 rupees. It's a good amount for a student if he picks up a gig. I must say, in this, we have already got 30,000 connections from states uploaded from 4-5 states to 3 states major. And we are going on with the pilot of it. If we succeed in it, nothing like it. This is the new opening for the way we look at government programs, what our Prime Minister keeps calling, keeps telling that everybody should be involved. Now, involvement is not that you lip service, you tell them, they say, aha, you are doing great work. And there's always a clear difference between government and the private. Here we are actually bringing in everybody onto the board, seeking their help to verify what we are doing. I mean, that itself gives you this thing. We are also having scope for contractors to upload their progress themselves about the projects. See, these are a very, very nuanced approach to doing a mission. So when you are doing a whole water secure cities, we are introducing the circular economy, all this is okay. But here we are saying whether it is Amrut 1 STP you build or Amrut 2, you want to build STPs, please ensure how much of it will get recycled and where. So we are asking, look at water markets. So we are looking for this as a major this thing. So when they submit their action plans itself, they have to say, "Na pani hum recycle karenge iske liye." And we go and verify. We are actually commencing that also. So as I told you, now we have a whole India ka har city ka kya water balance hai, wo it is coming online. And they are making a water action plan. Then it will come to state. State will approve it. They will check what has been done. And a certain amount of financial discipline is there because 1/3 of the central assistance amount only they can send in the first tranche, second tranche, there are 3 tranches as project proposals. And then we will approve it. Then we release first amount of grant. No condition. We just request them to take 20%. But the next time they come for grant is when their projects will reach for 20% physical and financial progress, upload the photographs, the videos, and then third party verified. The reports come in. The contractor uploads the progress, and third party verified. Then reports come in, the states endorse it, and then we release the grant. So here is a system which itself lends it to getting funds. We are not here, nobody can stop it if they are progressing well. And then center will monitor the implementation of projects through online, completely online system. Or even now we do geotag photographs and videos are uploaded for the project, but here is even contractor will upload. That cities upload, here contractors will also upload, the implementation agencies. This is the Amrut 2 portal. This is how each of the cities pages. Okay, so you can see this is a Rajasthan overall progress. So everybody can see this. So many CWBPs have been uploaded. Number that have started CWBP 51, number that have submitted CWBP means City Water Balance Plan. Number of ULB that have submitted projects as part of SWAP. Matlab City Water Action Plan where the projects are to be done. This is the online platform. This is a collaboration platform. This is not a monitoring platform. Here the cities, states and union collaborates. So the moment they fill in their water balance plan, what is the gap in each of this will come up. When they fill in the water action plan for each project, they ask the outcomes. How many households will be served? Automatically, the system will calculate, this was your gap, this is what you're going to cover, though this much is not covered. So the system will keep updating it. It is divided into 4 parts: water supply, sewerage, septic, water body rejuvenation, parks and green spaces development. This is a city water action plan, how it goes on. I'm just showing because I'm very excited myself, because I thought about it as a single online platform and I was never sure whether this can happen. But I'm very happy. We put in, the whole team has worked like anything. And we brought in all this during this COVID. The first module of City Water Balance Plan was put in place by December 1st. And today you have almost 3,500 cities having the City Water Balance Plan on board. And City Water Action Plans have started rolling up. State level project whole this thing proposal is online. It shows in summary what is happening, how much water is getting recycled, how much source water is to be augmented, how much water treatment plant capacity is getting added, how much treatment capacity is getting added, how many 24/7 water supply projects are taken up, how many are under PPP, how much of water is getting, how many households are getting served, everything. And if you see very carefully, you see this upload minutes of meeting. So there is no question of using a paper for minutes also. You just need to upload that. When you approve, what is that you approve at the state level, and you can upload, and it can be sent. So there is no need for anybody to come here. Everything travels across from state to, from Delhi to city and city to Delhi within no time on a perfectly built platform. I must tell you, this must be at least 3,500 cities, and city water balance plan is around 150 data points already filled in. And city water action plan is maybe any amount, any number. We are not looking at less than 15,000 or 20,000 projects minimum. So this is the size of the work and the mission, and everything has to go into an outcome mode. So this is the, what do you say, gravity of the mission or the scope of the mission. So I really want to say one thing, that we have brought in PPP as a mandatory thing for million plus cities. At least 10% of their projects have to be under public-private partnership. We have put startups as a major partner. We have put up innovative technologies as a, you do it and we reimburse 25% of it up to 50 lakhs. All that has never been thought of. These are very, very innovative ones, but we are going to test it on ground. And this is the platform. So we have complete blueprint of Amrut platform, and we have completed 3 modules, which are the most important modules, and henceforth the project monitoring module will come. So there are around 10 modules we have thought of, and each one feeds into another. So if you write one number in the first module, if you change something there, the system throws up. So the city is told, you have told so much of population, so much of households, you're saying this gap, and now you're saying that gap. So all that is getting done. This is all I wanted to say. You asked, how are you going to manage? How are you going to holistically look at cities? This is how we are doing it. I had so much only to say. If anybody has any doubts.
Madam, first of all, thank you. That was a very, very comprehensive, description of what is happening. And also how to manage the enormity and the scale and complexity of these projects, which are running in different parts of the country. So, the more you measure, the more you have some of these. But before I do that, I think it will be good to get a little commentary on the on-ground projects and the thrust that you see for the coming year in terms of where you want cities and states to put the money in, what kind of projects. So it
is very clear. It has to be water supply and sewerage and septage. So rejuvenation of water bodies, and overriding all of it is you need to make your aquifer management plan. In all the 500 Amrut cities, we have mandated aquifer management plan, but we've given them 18 months to make it. The projects will essentially be this: water supply, sewerage and septage management, and rejuvenation of water bodies. These are the 3 major project legs. Of course, each one of these sector has million possibilities. You can bring in an electronic platform to monitor and govern that. You can bring in a sensor-based pressure measurement to improve the quality, quantity, accessibility. We are requesting for at least 124/7 project for a ward at least, or at least minimum of 2,000 households, to create a small demonstration effect in each of the 500 cities. Amrut cities means which are 100,000 plus. But in Amrut 2, we are covering all the cities. So smaller cities, we don't expect. If they do it, we will support. But if they don't do it, it's okay. And also one more thing, a very interesting thing is, if you do in bigger cities, without PPP, your own project, you get 25% from center. But if you do in PPP, you get 30%. 5% more if you're doing a public-private partnership. And mostly these projects can work well in recycle, especially STP, where the industry bodies can take up water and your recovery is in 2.5, 3 years. So you invest capital, you create a situation where you can recover your money in 2.5, 3 years because there is a revenue built. So I think those are the thrust areas. Any other questions?
Yes. Kavita, you can come in now.
Sure. Yeah, thank you, John. And at the outset, Ms. Tara, congratulations on the resounding success of Amrut 1 for spearheading India's most ambitious water mission for urban India and for the rapid strides that the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs and the Ministry of Jal Shakti are making to make India garbage-free, water positive, and carbon neutral. Like you said, using paperless and multi-stakeholder approaches. Piped water supply to over 1.26 crore households in 500 cities, 95 lakh sewer connections across 500 cities, and clearing urban flooding, preventing tons of carbon emissions per annum through LED conversions and other interventions. I think each of these is a huge achievement in its own right. So many congratulations from all of us on leading and spearheading such an important mission. Just a few questions that we put together on the heels of what you shared with us. So you said you have made 20% reuse as a mandate and 40% for industries, and cities are encouraged towards water budgeting and making water balance plans. Can you tell us any specific cities on how they're implementing the mandate and how are they leveraging technology, which is a key component, like you said, of Amrut being leveraged to increase ease of living?
See, each of the city is actually for the first time looking at its population and households and how they are approaching. And we have also put in a section for slums, because reaching these services to the slum or low economic households is a bigger challenge because of lack of space and so on and so forth. Each of these cities are taking it in a very different manner. For example, a city of Surat. See, already they are recycling 20% of their industrial demand is met through recycled water. The city of Chennai, there was STP, but the water which you require for some of the industrial usage is much purer than what you drink. I'm sure we all know that. So they had to put in a TTP, tertiary treatment layer, and that water is now getting recycled, almost 90 MLD to the industrial estate. They've laid a pipeline taking it to the industrial estate. Rejuvenation of water bodies. We're looking at rejuvenation of water bodies. See, if we had pipeline, if we can get water, it would have been so wonderful. We need water to go through the pipeline to get water. So rejuvenation of water bodies is very, very important. You have to manage your aquifer very well. There is a huge underground tank which is lying under your under the earth, which God has created. And you cannot always have surface water reliance, or you cannot always have, it should be a combination of both, so that you keep. And one more thing is, urban flooding nowadays is also because sometimes because of heavy rains, your aquifers are filled in and you're not drawing water. The recent Chennai floods, which happened, was not because they didn't have drainage of water. They didn't have aquifers which were not empty. So this is a new problem. If we all understand aquifers, if you don't fill in, you don't allow the water to be drawn from the aquifers. Then also even the flooding happened in unique ways in Chennai this time. In some places which has never heard of flooding. The reason behind it is not because there was no groundwater, everything was paved and regular thing. So I think there's a lot of dynamics which have to be built in this, and creating a new tap is very, very clear. And we said it is at a state level, because I fully understand smaller cities may not be able to, aggregate. Size also matters in terms of treatment and cost. So it is aggregate, you take it. So at the state level, we are saying 20% of your water, urban water, has to be recycled. Has to be from recycled water.
Sure. Sure. So now it's great to see that the focus of Amrit is to establish an infrastructure that will ensure adequate, robust sewage networks and water supply for urban transformation. Also, can you tell us a little more about the Bharat Tap initiative for water efficient fixtures and how this can improve ease of living in cities through a process of multi-stakeholder collaboration again and regulation?
This Bharat Tap, where did you hear from?
I had heard about it. I think there's an association of plumbing. There's a plumbing association, and they spoke to you about it. So I was just going through some of that. And very interesting.
Actually, let me put it clearly. Yes, that's like a dream come true for me. I had I was thinking, how do we actually conserve water? The only, I'm not talking about the shower and all, most common outlet of water is tap. If we can make that efficient, then the whole issue is sorted out. I thought, oh, I'm thinking like this. Is there some way I can do it? That is the time when I met with the Plumbing Association, other people, and they said, yes, we've already brought in standards. BIS has approved the standards and it has been issued. Now, it is important that these standards become the norm of production.
Right.
We are going to now, I told them, you please work with all the manufacturers and let us know if the manufacturers are all comfortable. Then we can say that these are the only taps to be used. The moment you say without adequate supply, then there will be monopoly and strap of profiteering, which should not happen. So we are assessing how many manufacturers are on board with this kind of initiative, BIS standards, where the difference they have to make to the manufacturer per tap should not be more than 5 or 7 or 10 rupees, and they are able to implement it, and then we can bring it in all our government contracts and everywhere else that it is Bharat tap. Bharat tap means it will give 30% less water, waste 30% less water. So instead of calling it a BIS and this thing, let us call it, like, for example, LED conversions happen. I mean, nobody goes into the technology of it. Everybody knows LED conversion means it is actually saving of energy. Similarly, Bharat tap means saving of water and therefore saving of energy. So can we bring in that standard? There's only one tap in India, and that is Bharat tap, which will save 30%. It is manufactured by everybody and it will be done by everybody.
Sure. No, that's really interesting. I think another couple of questions perhaps, so maybe we can take some from the audience as well. But we're aware that the Ministry of Jal Shakti in November 2021 had released a national framework on safe reuse of treated water. Since the primary focus of Amrit 2 is on building a circular economy, can you tell us how is Mahua working in collaboration with MOJS to ensure alignment with this framework, including with the Swachh Bharat mission and the Namami Gange scheme, and the announcements that were made in the budget as well? Yes, that is what we are doing is the same standards. I mean, same guidelines are what we are also using. There's no question of anything different. There's the same single government. This whole is holistic approach. So we are telling the cities to follow the same thing. Only thing is, we are the cutting edge operational ministry for the cities. So therefore, we do channelize it through us. That's the only difference. Sure. I think, do we see any questions from the audience? Okay, one more question that we thought we'll ask you is some of the challenges of managing urban water are tracking of non-revenue water, like Amrita mentioned, non-revenue water consumption and water tariffs per connection, not linked to actual consumption. So can you highlight some key achievements of projects in this area of smart metering at the municipal level, or new models of tariff management that can become role models perhaps for other industrial units or urban local bodies? And also linked to that is, can you share any best practices for replication or scale up under Amrit 2? I know it's launched just in October, but anything that comes to your mind, which in your opinion, can have significant and positive impact on ease of living in large cities like Mumbai? See, ease of living has a very different connotation. Smart metering of the housing connections are actually a democratic decision to be taken by the local self-governments. But what we have insisted in Amrit is, we have even in Amrit 1 SCADA monitored projects, almost 130, 140 of them. Okay. 140, when I say 140 water supply projects, mean they are in few thousands of crores. The projects with that. But in Amrit 2, we have said smart elements should be mandatory part of this thing. All the infrastructure you create. That's one thing. Sure. Second thing is, what we have said is, it is in Puri, drink from tap has been implemented. There we saw a lot of sensor-based smart metering, so on and so forth. But what I would say is, we are now saying in Amrit 1, when you do the water balance plan, non-revenue water kitna hai aur kitna reduce karenge. Now that is something which can be a notional number put in by the cities. It is very difficult to measure. Many people would say pipeline leaking hota hai, wo non-revenue. But pipeline leaking hota hai, to thoda bahut recharge bhi ho jata hai. Aquifer. Otherwise, paving itna karke rakhe hai, upar se to pani niche nahi jata hai. So you can see the other part of it. But what I would say is, right now we are looking at
In Amrut too, we are looking at all of them having smart elements. SCADA or IoT based solutions to measure the pressure and at the source and at the distribution station level. Household metering, we won't mandate it because it's not our mandate. It should be the local governments which have to take that decision.
Sure.
But I can tell you, till you don't pay, you pay cable के लिए 400 रुपए भरने के लिए हम तैयार है, but पानी के लिए 150 रुपए भरने में हमको दिक्कत होती है. So, it's a transition time. We will post. Sure. I think it will happen. Yeah. I think.
No, thank you so much for joining us this evening and for sharing your very valuable insights. If there are any questions from the audience, we'd be happy to take them on, but I think we're already over the hour, so I'm not sure what you want to do.
It's been a long day for you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
But a very insightful one. Mr. Chauhan, do you want to come in and just wrap this up?
I think like every good thing has to come to an end, even this conference has to come to an end. More than us, madam, it has been more long day for you. You have been to Parliament also, you have attended to your office and you have been speaking here, and I know in between your people also want your attention. So I must say that personally for me, it was a very, very educative session. And I learned a lot about Amrut and its initiative and its impacts. So can we have a round of applause for Ma'am Deethara? Thank you, ma'am. With this, I'd like to invite our Vice President, Anand Singhania. But before that, I must tell you that all of you would agree that we had an extremely productive half a day. And I think almost every speaker did such a justice to their theme, and every moderator did such a great job. So let's have a round of applause for all of us collectively. May I invite now Anand Singhania to kindly propose a formal vote of thanks, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chauhan. It's been an exciting day and a very good evening to all the ladies and gentlemen present here. It's my great privilege to propose this vote of thanks at the end of this highly insightful half-day conference titled IMC Ease of Living Conference 2022. The title being Unlocking Urban India Through Citizen Participation and Empowerment, Making Cities Better Place to Live. I'm sure the findings of today's conference will be well documented by Mr. Chauhan and the Chamber, so that we can put it up to the policy makers to see how we can make it better. Of course, we've had an array of speakers who are from the government, who are the ones who are decision makers, change makers. So I'm sure we've been heard and in the right places. So at the outset, I'd like to thank our guest of honor, Srimati Deethara, IAS Additional Secretary, Amrut Land and Estate, Minister from the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, for gracing this occasion and sharing her detailed presentation. Madam, I hope we will see the day where every citizen of India would have access to potable water, industries would have water, agriculture would have good amount of water, and hope that we can get water from the tap one day. I also like to thank Srimati Amrita Chaudhary, co-chair, who moderated this session of the Ease of Living Committee, and Kavita Sachwani, who took the question and answers, who is the State Program Coordinator, 2030 Water Resources Group from the World Bank. During the early part of this conference, we had Shri Kunal Kumar, Joint Secretary and Mission Director, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, who shared the India map for urban transformation for over 100 smart cities with a capital outlay of over 2 lakh crores. Then we had Mr. Ajay Suri, Senior Advisor, Inclusive Development at the National Institute of Urban Affairs. And we had Shri Viraj Tyagi, CEO, eGov Foundation. And just before this, we ended the session with Shri D. Shivanandan, former Director General of Police, Maharashtra, who clearly spoke about the serious challenges that we have in terms of security, given the advent of digitalization, be it your smartphone, your smartwatch, the CCTVs that are monitoring you all the time, the smart devices we have at home, the IoT devices you have at home, whether it's a smart air condition or your smart fridge, or even maybe your smart robo vacuum, which does your cleaning. Everything is tracking you. So I have very sincere thanks to all of them. I also like to thank all the speakers and moderators who accepted our invitation today for giving their valuable insights. We are truly grateful and honored. Thanks are due to the Lighthouse Communities Foundation for their support that have greatly contributed to the success of today's conference. A special thanks goes to our chair, Mr. Mahendra Chauhan, who has very ably and nicely put together this event with the support of all the members of the IMC. And conceptualize this for making such a active and wonderful conference. As I conclude, our sincere thanks to the media representatives for and in such large numbers. And last but not the least, thanks to the IMC Secretariat and the entire team to put together this conference. Thank you once again. Stay safe and take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Take care.